Hello, didn't see you there. Welcome to the Upsurge League's Open Qualifiers. The second time around, I'm McCready. Joining me from across the pond, or actually on my side, is going to be the wonderful Whippet. Now, this is your first foray, or first couple into NA, isn't it?
Well, it's actually my very first time crossing over and casting in NA, so I'm very excited to see what type of talent we have here. And, well, what a better way to do it than a qualifier stage. I'm looking forward to this one. I cannot wait to jump into this action. Creedy, it's always also an honor to cast alongside you. We've already done some games today, actually. We've already had 3 maps today, so we're pretty much warmed up and ready for all the shenanigans we'll throw at each other.
Oh yeah, I am so ready to get into this. And first of all, we're going to be looking at the Disrupt Gaming's women's team going up against Aggro. Now, I gave you a little bit of feedback based on what I know. I haven't seen the Disrupt Gaming team that much before today, and Aggro, I have a little bit of a background information. They seem like a decent performing team with some potential behind them. So I'm quite excited to get in there, and Disrupt Gaming being that unknown entity for me, well, I'm quite excited to see how this plays out. But looking on a little bit further to see some of the other teams that will be going up against each other in this first round, well, you've got Daboofers going up against Zero Frequency. I love that name. It's incredible.
A brilliant name. That's absolutely brilliant.
Synthetic Esports will be going up against G2 Academy, Slaughterhouse Bravo, and Only Cams roster. That's a pretty good name as well. Teams such as Phantom Legion will face Versity, and Ice Cream and Tidal will be going up as well. How they will go, we'll update you as it even goes on. But in this case, Whippet, you're in store for 3 best of ones tonight, and it's going to be a lot of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I cannot wait to jump into this with you, Creedy. It's just going to be so fun. But we have our map videos up on screen for you, and well, we're going to be going to the lovely rolling hills of Tuscany for our very first matchup. Villa, the map of choice, seeing Disrupt there on the offensive side, starting off first. This is going to be exciting because this is one of my favorite maps, McCready. I absolutely love this. Many moons ago, when I was playing in competitive Siege, this was my team's favorite map. We spent so many hours preparing for it, and I love it. It's got a special place in my heart. And we've also seen some very special moments inside of all T1 play here. But no theory crafting from us no more, because we're ready to jump straight into the action here. As we're going to be hopping into our or our operator veto stage. And well, I wonder, will we see what we're used to over in Europe? Will we see a typical Thatcher hard breach? I think it's pretty expected.
Well, shockingly enough, with it, there's not going to be that much change overall in general, but today might be yielding some different results. In the first ban, that's not going to be the case. The DG roster opting to take away that Thatcher and just go with what they know. Or Aggro, actually, sorry, as a defense. Oh, I'm a little bit tired, it's a bit confused, but with it, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But most importantly, you talk about Villa being your map. It was, shockingly enough, two sides of a coin. It was Oregon and Coastline for me. Maverick, though, will be falling away, and this is a little interesting for me, because a lot of teams, they tend to want to get rid of those ranged hard breachers. They want to take away your Aces, your Habanas, because when you're on your defense, that opens them up to bring that Thermite, bring that Maverick, and expose yourself to C4s, expose yourself to swings coming out. And K being taken away, well, that doesn't really surprise me at all, because it's such a strong operator, and when Maverick is gone, well, then that just makes life that all the little bit harder, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Maverick, the torch, the flexibility that brings is so useful. Many teams have creative options when they use that torch to chew through walls, and also it can be very kind of part of a team's identity to bring a Maverick. Some teams love to just Maverick trick open a wall and have that availability, so getting that out of the way from Disrupt is a very interesting choice. And Mirror going to be that final ban out of the way as well. And again, looking at the bans, I'm not seeing anything that's standing out a lot to me. That Kaid is obviously going to be forfeited away once you see a Thatcher out of play. And, well,
Yeah.
Mirror on a map like Villa, when you have positions like AVG, where kill boxes can be created down towards study, it makes a lot of sense to be able to take away the Spaniard operator, because it's easier to deal with those windows in the operator ban phase than it is to do it in the actual live round when you have to worry about roam presence, etc. So doing that right here, right now, makes a lot more sense.
Now, one thing I do want to point out right now, and he's kind of attacked me with this and made sure that I say it, is Maddox here, the captain of the DG roster right now. That's currently Chief Cast's duo. Yeah, Chief was meant to be joining me tonight, but unfortunately he's got a couple of personal things going on with like construction, so he can't, and that's why I was meant to be joined by Sickler, and now, well, Whippet's here, and I will never complain, because I love a good cast with Whippet. But looking at the actual map and thinking about the cast itself, we're looking at that AVG, very typical setup, most importantly, because that mirror isn't on the board. Those kill boxes you were talking about, I think most importantly, it comes down to that study a lot, because you have that study kill box, but then we've also seen teams when they have the mirror, particularly in the EU Epic Land, we've had teams just being able to shut down in that one little bar area and get lines of sight onto the zombie door, onto study, all the way, and it just feeds itself more and more. Whereas in this case, we are going to see a very typical setup coming out. We're going to see Kicks getting a little bit of footholds in there, which makes a lot of sense when you're pulling back at the end of the round kick. But, well, you just want to know what's coming.
Certainly. So, looks like we're going to see an entry point, at least. There's Sophia here going to try and push in a little bit isolated, getting that drone downstairs in towards bathroom into the living room. I like this a lot. This is going to be very much a presence trying to clear any potential verticality such as C4s below, getting control of library very quickly. Maddox, though, has great potential with those Gemini replicators for essentially free droning and can send that ahead of Lioness. Could act as great as information. Disruptor trying to lead a charge here. The R4C ready to brawl going up the main stairs. Will they be able to find a successful opening engagement? And a very nasty one, but Eisen's going to be able to find that opening kill. Lioness falls, and Aggro find that early advantage. Grenade rolling down in close proximity to Maddox there. G360 ready to try and reclaim a refrag. Only he's going to be able to get Kami there, and a 5 versus 3 ensues. A great start right now, and Study's becoming the front line as it begins to form up. And only a minute 50 remains as well. Maddox caught napping there, and oh! Doc goes huge! 3 kills, looks for 4! And he gets it! Drops down, pistol in hand. Doesn't even need to ADS, shuts it down. And a very, very strong opening.
Yeah, very nice start. We saw just shutting down. They kind of forgot about that study being a potential flanking area, because you look at towards that 90, yeah, you need control there. You need that bookshelf area. You need to start pushing down long, but you need to have eyes towards study. That's just something you simply didn't have. Maddox being caught sleeping, like you said, alongside Jehui, just taken out by Asian, really just getting the aggression, getting going, and wanting to start this game off very, very strong. Aggro, they will now be moving to Trophy Statue and looking to defend that. The Frost, Vigil, Valkyrie, Melusi, and Alibi coming out. That's a pretty decent lineup in my opinion, because you look at the Frost, a lot of potential for those for that site setup lines of sight, but with the 6-pick coming in, maybe, well, it didn't get in time, but maybe you could think about, well, what if they're bringing a Pulse, bringing a Maestro, bringing anything along those lines? There's a lot of variety and flexibility in this lineup that they can bring, and I'm quite excited to see it. Now, that Alibi also offers those impacts, can bring that Bailiff Shotgun, so can do a little bit of site setup, but, well, with Asian on the board, you might as well just get the shotgun to do it, because it's a very, very nice operator to use for, well, that anchoring role. A lot of teams really shied away at the start, but she's recently, in the past half year or so, started to make a comeback, hasn't she?
I've seen a lot of Frost getting played in those scenes I've been watching. I think one example is in Benelux. During the entire Season 6 qualifiers I was able to cast, I saw so much Frost getting played, almost to a ridiculous amount. And, you know, a coach for Wild inside of VS, or inside of the UK described it as one of those Benelux operators, and it's odd to say that, well, now we've crossed over the pond for my very first cast, you know, saying that Frost's prevalence is continuing over here in America. This has already been such an entertaining opening round I've got to witness, and I love that extra aggression we saw from Aggro on the defending study. I wonder if that's going to be their philosophy, though, for the entirety of this matchup. Will they try to play far more aggressive and try and initially fight that entry point and kind of delay the push that way? And interesting, a glass getting brought out by Maddox. This is something that you don't see every day, and, well, that thermal vision scope can do a lot of work and given the chance to do so, but will anyone stumble into that line of sight?
Well, in NA, nobody does anything by halves, neither does Aggro. They've been able to beat out CL teams on this map as well, and right now, Asian, well, let's just gonna say goodbye to Lioness. A huge kill to start opening things up, but now you're in a really difficult position should Disrupt want to go for the refrag. Seems a Don't Cameo will be nearby, but Jehui will be able to find a kill onto Eddie. In doing so, you take away, well, the Alibi, not a huge pick in terms of utility, but in the fact that that's the first kill for your team so far. Only around 2, yeah, but it's still the first kill. That's the start. That might be what you need. The rest of Disrupt, they're going to start moving towards this master bedroom and towards the pantry case, so we will find that first kill. Tags up another player, it just gets Cammy. Oh, well, that was just filthy. Now we're looking at Maddox and Dope Girl, just they're stuck outside. They're waiting. They're wondering what to do. The rest of Aggro, currently alive, are just going to hold down these lines of sight. They're only going to double peek. They're not going to give away any free kills unless something really catches them off guard at this point.
The Gone 6 getting some use there by Maddox. Not very often you see that. And well, Asian's just going to get aggressive. Find the kill there. Dope Girl's able to collect one, but not enough to remove that Sterling SMG by Asian on Frost out of the fight. And that's going to be another aggressive round by Aggro while doing their namesake proud. And they're finding success doing so. Absolutely incredible plays from them early here on Villa. And again, this map is historically weighted towards that defensive side, so Disrupt have some time to build up momentum and find their footing here. But Aggro, it looks like they're going to be a tricky puzzle to solve just because of that aggression and confidence in mechanics they bring and possess. So as this match continues to play out, keep an eye on that. If they continue to press the fight and use all of their aggression to slow down that initial entry, and that could be really throwing off the rhythm of Disrupt.
Yeah, well, shockingly enough, Aggro have decided to live up true to their name. And, well, just shut everything down. Now, looking towards the kitchen dining, we're seeing where, honestly, there's a lot more flexibility in the lineup than before. But, well, that's going to be because we're actually in the living room. The Clash is going to be brought, the Oryx as well. Not necessarily for a shotgun, probably for the rotations, probably for that site setup that you don't need a shotgun to do. In doing so, well, you can opt to bring that Clash, or you can opt to bring another fragging operator. You don't need to worry so much. Oni still doesn't have that much work to do, and, well, the way Aggro playing it, I think they're getting a little comfortable at this point, which is the right way to be going into the qualifiers for the Upsurge Premier League.
Certainly. So, I mean, this is an impressive performance considering, you know, this is round 1 of their qualifying run right now. And the fact is that they're not taking any time to warm up, feel out their opposition. They're going direct. They want to assert dominance and be able to put a very much a statement piece on early here on Villa. And, well, their aggression, the amount of times that they've just swung and played on that gunplay is going to present problems for Disrupt. And I think right now it's Disrupt's job to try and bring a more methodical approach, slow this down, and again, wait for those peaks, perhaps. Wait for the aggressive players of Aggro to make those swings, those overcommitments to try and get those picks and capitalize off of that. And if they can do so, at least get off on a good start and get the opening kill, they'll find themselves in a great position. Entryways begin now inside of Laundry. Lioness waiting for that drone to get in charge. A hot drone, you love to see it. And it's going to be a very good tool to be able to get that solid information. Going to be the Yana following up as well. They're going to spot the head out. Maddox finds only a great opening there. And again, as I mentioned, that opening kill could be a massive benefit. The clash inside of Kitchen alone and isolated right now. The IQ could pounce up the stairs by Pantry, but not going to taking some time to do so. He's going to be able to find the Vigil. Unfortunately, not enough to be able to save their teammate, but going to be a bit of a massacre now by Astro Stairs. Valkyrie gets into the action. Cammy falls. The 3 versus 3, however. That's going to be GQA finding some damage, finding the kill. Dope Girl as well on Eddie, and well, a very rapid collapse, but this time on the side of Disrupt, leaving the clash in a 1 versus 3, dropping down in the red, finds the head of JUE, and now with 2 more to go, this is actually winnable from the clash if they can isolate a 1v1. Close range is the king for this SMG, and Maddox takes a load of damage with a shoulder tap there. But that plant's going down, time is of the essence. That wasn't a Gemini sent out, this is the real thing. And a tricky brawl looking left, looking right, but shut down by the AK-12, and Disrupt takes their opening round here on Villa. They claim round number 3.
Yeah, huge performance there from DG to really get themselves back in the fight and on the attack. Well, a site like that, that tertiary bomb site, that's where you want to go. That's where you want to start putting rounds on the board. Very nicely played from them, that hot droning you talked about, having the Yana, the potential for those Geminis as well. But then the refrag game came in quite a bit. They played together, they played it tight in the way Aggro did before. But one big thing for me about Aggro was they had the clash. They had the information being fed out by Rexavi. Why is Oni peeking? Why are you trying to take that active gunfight? Why are you losing a gunfight to somebody who, well, you need to let Clash deal with first. You need to get Clash to find them, put the pressure on them. That didn't happen. We saw the opening kill going in favor of Aggro, or not in favor of Aggro, sorry, Disrupt. And then we just saw them start to barrel through. Disrupt realized that they had a lot of advantages by finding this first kill. The Clash with the shield out can't deal with these gunfights. And Aggro, well, they weren't on site at all. It all came down to just taking those early gunfights, taking control of Memorial, and then rotating over. Get those on the red stairs, and suddenly you're in. Now, though, returning to the Aviator games, Aggro, they're going to look to keep on rolling with the momentum that has only taken a slight hit as of now. The Disrupt need a lot more to really put a dent in it. Last time we were here, oh, we just saw Asian come up absolutely huge with a 4K to start things off on the dock. The Oryx now will offer a lot of opportunity for the flanking, the late round rather than the early round for this to be one out. The Banshees, I'm looking forward to bringing on, but the Cav is something a lot of people will probably want me to just bring up.
Yeah, well, the Kavira, it's something that stands out on at least the operation selection screen, and well, the Brazilian operator is an interesting one. It could work out if given the opportunity. So Rexavi could cause so much damage if they can isolate a sole player and get an interrogation. Massive work done. But it looks like Disrupt are going to be kind of moving in a pack, at least have a refrag buddy there, and so the entries, who are often the most susceptible to finding themselves at the wrong end of a Kavira punch or pistol blast, might have that refrag buddy just in close enough proximity to at least say to the Kavira, you're not getting that interrogation, the best you can do is a kill, and if the trade comes quick enough, that's going to be certainly available. The one thing I do want to another highlight is the Oryx getting brought out. I love this operator, just the range of movement they have, the fact that they can be super aggressive, and I think, well, that suits the style of Aggro absolutely perfectly. They've been playing super aggressive, and well, bring more aggressive operators in. Well, both the Kavira and that Oryx, the 2 highlight operators that we've seen, are down in the basement, an area that's very rarely utilized by any teams on Villa.
Now, the big thing about that is you can have that Oryx, you can have the Cav, you have the refrag potential, you have a real opportunity to shut things down. Now, Aggro, they can win things out in this 90 area. They can stall for a long time because they have the mechanical ability to do so. Lionesso will drop onto the red stairs, will just be a little bit late, will not be able to land a shot onto Asian, actually, who's able to find it. Cammy being taken down by Eddie as well. The 3 versus 5 with a minute 30 left, and Oni's just going to keep on piling it on at this point. We're seeing Disrupt start to stall out yet again. Aggro will be losing a player, but only one as it stands. Jahui getting Asian now. Rexavi getting aggressive, won't be able to get the kill. But big thing you need to notice here, a minute 10 and Disrupt are still outside. Maddox still trying to go for this room clear, watching for the flank. They're waiting. They're not really doing anything. They're just holding these angles outside waiting for Aggro to do exactly that. Get Aggro, try and peek. Whereas Aggro, they know exactly what they've got. They know they've got the round one. They like to play aggressive, but they're not stupid. They will be able to find a kill onto Maddox, where Jeremy was able to get 2 more, but a 1 versus 1 with Maddox being down. You have to push in, you're low HP, you need that diffuser that you haven't picked up. Suddenly you're going to go for the revive. The numbers game, that's all you need. And Eddie just has to hold one angle, has to get lucky with 1 spray, and that's about to come on its way. Jehui will start pushing up, but they won't be able to find the kill. They still don't have the diffuser, and Eddie's able to find a Zafia. Now it's all down to Maddox. Chief Cast duo, time to prove why you are it, but Eddie, well, he's just gonna find the kill. Aggro very comfortably, no, I'm not even gonna say that. Aggro will pick up another round, whereas they got aggressive. They stalled them out, they got aggressive, and they lost quite a few players.
It looks like their aggression is a bit of a double-edged sword. They're finding themselves in advantageous positions early in rounds, but we saw there, well, Jehui was just able to hold by Pig Window and just collect 2. I was found themselves in a quad kill position, 1 away from that ace. They were able to recover Maddox, which was a great decision, knowing they had the time to do so, but they weren't able to capitalize upon that because, well, we saw that Eddie on that UMP was able to do a fantastic job and really shut them down. Not the best weapon to brawl with, but he doesn't care. He had 2 low HP people ahead of him, and he was able to shut that down. Living Room and Library getting brought out now. Second time we've seen this site being played by Aggro, and it's an interesting site indeed. In all the times I've casted Siege, at all the levels I've seen in European Siege, this is one of the rarest sites ever. And I mean rarest. I have seen Barstock more than I have seen this site getting played. And I'm wondering, there's a lot of availability to play aggressive, play super spread out, and really take your gunfights on it. And I think Aggro are just playing up to their style. They are doing exactly what they are good at and picking sites that benefit them. And yes, before you question, I have seen Barstock play more often because Lion's Creed played it. I have.
But the main thing I want to talk about right now is that we're seeing the Ella shotgun, we're seeing this living room, and we're seeing the Aruni DMR. So I think they've got a game plan in mind. You know, you could possibly have Rexavy in that position in Trophy, and Oni getting aggressive on the swing. You have a lot of potential for vertical play. Honestly, I think Aggro, they're just trying to catch Disrupt off guard, saying, well, exactly, you have a game plan for how this is going to go out. Rexavy's going to try and stop it with that 1-punch melee. He's going to be able to find a run out, not a kill. Does some damage to Jehui. She's going to try and get it. But, well, it's just not going to land just yet. Eddie will be taken down. Jehui, she will finally find that kill. And 2 kills go in favor of the attackers. Oni, though, will answer with 1. Will not be able to get a second or escape with their life as Lerner, she's able to find that compounding kill. 4 versus 2 with Kicks and Asian on the site. Something huge is going to be needed. Disrupt, they have everything. The player advantage, the time, the site control. They can do exactly what they want. Aggro, they need to step up.
What an absolute bloodbath early in this round. I mentioned Aggro's aggressive playstyle, a double-edged sword. Well, Kicks trying to be the sharper end of it there, finding a fantastic headshot with the Roni to get his team 1 back for the benefit. 3 versus 2 in favor of Disrupt. They can capitalize now. They've cleared away lots of the map, but the 2 surviving members of Aggro is going to be Asian and Kicks. The Oryx has so much mobility, so much potential, and that T5 SMG ready to brawl with. And Kicks have already seen he can be super efficient with that Roni. And we've seen so much action, so many kills. There's 1:35 left on the clock. This is insane. This is one of the quickest paced games of Siege I've ever seen. And while Asian lying in wait, finds Lioness, finds another one on the Kami. This could absolutely turn the tide. Uses the Ramadash to escape off into the ether. And now Dope Girl in a 1 versus 2. So much time to work with lots of availability for information. But it looks like Aggro are going to get aggressive. Rama charges into action. And I wonder, will he go all the way up? Oh, he's going to find himself on that cooldown, stun locked by his own ambitions. With a minute left to go. A narrow 1 versus 2. Oh my God. This is...
Fell by the hubris. What? No, you don't land that, dude. You don't get that. Look at this shot. Right, okay, the drop comes down, stands up, the free thought, boom. It's nothing. Doesn't care. Kicks is just able to find that kill. Huge. The big thing, though, most importantly, Whippet, is what happened before that. We saw Asian sitting in basement stairs, right? Or barrel stairs, depending on whatever you want to call it. Found 1 kill. The call was just not precise because when Cammy came around the corner, well, Asian was able to pre-fire and she wasn't even looking the right way. Aggro able to just isolate the attackers, break things down, and I said they needed to come up huge. They did exactly that. Kicks Nation take a bow. Very nicely done. Textbook aside from Rima dashing up the Astra stairs and getting taken out while in the animation lock. But we won't talk about that.
I am genuinely struggling for words at points in this. This is a level of aggression I have rarely seen in my over a year of casting Siege. Aggro are doing their namesake absolutely supremely, and it's like a tidal wave crashing against a coastal city. Disrupt are, they're a great team. You can see that they're trying to step up to the plate and bring a level of aggression to match what Aggro are doing, but it's a tidal wave crashing against the coastal defenses, storming their way through, and against all the odds, they're just breaking Disrupt down. And I don't even think trying to slow this game down would work. I think Aggro are just going to drive themselves through and absolutely send it. They're leaving nothing behind, and, well, you can just see this in the operator lineup, and Oni has picked up the Boss G. I wonder, is he running it cogged? Is he going to try and get a spawn peek with someone? This might be, oh, this is scary. This is a scary moment if you're in the camp of Disrupt here. Oh, will he look away at the wrong moment? He's so narrowly close to spawning out. Sees to go. Oh!
But the chance is not gone. Lioness nearly walks up the stairs, decides to opt away. The big thing I really need to talk about right now is the lineup. We're seeing that closet hold, and we're seeing the Ella Shoddy. That means one thing. Well, Rex of E, just want some free kills. Disrupt, however, they've decided to go for a different way. Rex of E will be taken down thanks to Lioness. Rex of E going for the pistol kill. Maybe now we're seeing Aggro wanting to step up a little bit too much and get aggressive. Now that UMP can deal that quite a bit of damage at range, but well, nobody's going to peek at Disrupt. They play a tight game. They play a structured game. They go together. They win these gunfights. Now, the Cammy's done quite a bit of damage. You put the pressure on 90. Oni will take some of his own. He will take a little bit more. Maddox will find a kill on 2 kicks, but not before Oni's able to find Lioness. Has to look for Cammy, who needs to get that refrag, but the pinch, it's coming through. Oni will be taken down by Jehue, and suddenly a 4 versus 2. 2 minutes on the clock, and Disrupt Gaming, they just bypassed the defense completely and said, we're just going to mess with your game plan. These castle barricades will now be opened up, and while the push, well, it's going to come through. Disrupt Gaming, yet again, they have the time, the player advantage. Can they drive it home? Can they do what's needed to be done? We're going to find out very soon because, well, half the round is currently left, but Asian, he's going to spot something. He's going to try and call out this this push, but Eddie's going to have to spot it first. He will find Jehue, drops down, can go for a reload if needed, but, well, Maddox spots the feet. She finds that kill, and suddenly it's all down to Asian, able to pick up Maddox, looks for another one, can't just find Cammy as the plant is starting to go down. She will go prone, so Asian has to walk in. The pre-fire will come through and just about land the shots, but not before the plant goes down. 40 seconds. Asian, you need to find Dope Kill. You need to be on that diffuser with 7 seconds left. A 1 versus 1. There are worse ways to do it. We've seen stranger things happen. But Asian, not wanting to get too aggressive, just won't go into the line of sight of Dope Kill. And she just has to play it safe. She's going to stay crouched. She's going to look for the kill, and she gets it. Disrupt Gaming will pick up another round.
That was a sweaty palms moment for everyone backing Disrupt. It just seemed like Asian had something extra, another gear to give. What is this game? This is a level of aggression I was not prepared for jumping into this game, but Disrupt find 2 rounds on the offensive side of Villa. Remember, it is a defensive weighted style map, at least historically speaking, so will they be able to have a little bit more success on the defensive side? Well, looking at the lineup Aggro have just flashed among us. The Blackbeard, the Lion, the Monty in play. This isn't going to be a fun situation for Disrupt. They are not going to enjoy their gunfights coming out. Well, yeah, well, as you see in all chat there, holy traps. Well, yeah, we've got a Frost, a Melusi, a Legion, and a Capcan, and I guess somewhat you can count a Pest as well. It's a trap for drones. And so Disrupt are looking to deny information, how those Frost wants to catch any overzealous members of Aggro as they vault through windows and look to be aggressive. But that Monty is going to be something I'm looking at because...
Sorry, I know you're talking about the Monty, but damn, that was kind of clean. But
that was
the Eagle special coming out, actually, Disrupt with all these trap operators. Well, we talked about it earlier. You laughed at it. But the cap can be brought out. That's something that you kind of got proven wrong. It's passive damage, it's passive information. It's like a Frost Mat and a Leisure Mine, or a Banshee, in the way of you can't leave it. You either trigger it, or you destroy it. Whichever way, no matter what happens, information's given at the very least, and the very best, passive damage, and possibly even a kill, as we saw earlier in some very questionable University All-Stars games. But this defensive lineup, I want to see Disrupt play very carefully. Aggro, they're going to want to take very quick map control. They're going to want to take that study, start flooding into that bookshelf, and start moving forward. Get control of that study door. They can possibly just shift around, brute force into bookshelf. They have the Monty. They can make it happen. That's exactly what's going to happen, and there's the Capcan trap. The Frost Mat will be spotted, as will the Frosty J-Way. Gets the pixel shot onto Oni to start things off.
What an opening there! As you saw, the EED of the Capcan doing fantastic work, finding essentially that free damage on the Montaigne. A great opening there, finding the advantage now for Disrupt, and a stat line I love the pull-out is inside of T1 play, especially the defense. Finding that opening kill can have an up to 60% chance of increasing their likelihood to win the round, but Asian has no intent of following the stat line, taps away down to 90, and Lioness falls. Joker's next to go. The 308 Vector doing a great job, and well, the Lion's deep inside a map. She's going to get control of AVG, and this could be a very tricky position if Disruptor forced into a retake. And looks like Eddie's going to read this rotation absolutely perfectly. If the Mozzie of Maddox is exposed for a brief second, that 308 Vector can tear this Australian operator apart, and on low HP as well. This could be a tricky position. Montaigne, though, biding his time, being careful to push on in, as Maddox battling away, sending some shots down range, but a great crossfire established. A very tentative few moments now on this 3 versus 3. The Banshee's not going to be long for this world, as Asian looks to be aggressive perhaps, but no, the Banshee giving away his position and slowing down his egress. He's not going to be too keen on that one, as Kami might be able to pounce here, spots the Montaigne walking in, but doesn't know the players down by maps. Will it be able to find that as Maddox stepped in deep and finished off by Asian? Second kill in the round for him. It's going to be a very nasty position now in a post-plant situation. That Monty's a nasty tool to worry about. The 308 rings off in the distance, downing Kami, getting the kill. It's all down to Jihui now, and a tricky position and too many guns, too many angles. Ultimately, it was the pistol and Monty to shut it down. Now there's Aggro claiming round number 7, and this is absolutely superb from them. Just their level of aggression, something that Disruptor's struggling to cope with.
Yeah, a lot of teams, when they do lose that opening pick, they'll think, okay, we've got to refrag it. If that doesn't happen, then they kind of stall out. They kind of slow down and say, right, what do we do? Aggro, no. They keep it going. They keep that aggression. Now, one thing that I looked at on there when we saw that 3 versus 3 was we saw Aggro being very split up. They had a Monty over by that bookshelf. They had the Blackbeard watching main stairs, and the Lion just sat over towards that map, watching that entrance into study. That was the time for Disrupt to strike. You realize that they might be trying to get a plant down. You hear the information, but there's only one. You had the play. You could have had the player advantage. You put those 2 players to each gunfight. No matter how low the HP, they're only going to be able to kill so many. Honestly, I'm going to be honest, I'm very pleased with how Aggro played that. They consolidated, they realized what was wrong, what was missing. They rotated the Blackbeard to study door, and they played it with that Lion. Then, they had the Monty start to make their effort over towards that main door with surgical. In doing so, you have the Lion covering the flank. As soon as a Mozzie tries to get aggressive, deal with the Monty, well, you just take that kill, you start pushing in, and you play together. Very nicely done from Aggro, and they will be looking to put a 3-2 match point. Now, with it, I've got a nice little juicy piece of information, Chief.
Oh.
He's not with us, but he is with Spirit, because he loves me, and I'm pretty sure he loves you as well, especially after today. Info, a little bit of info, is that Silent isn't playing at the moment, and Oni has been brought in as a sub, because apparently Aggro, they want to build a 6-player team. Having that roster, and I think it's something we've seen happen at CSGO quite a bit. On different maps, we're seeing different teams wanting to bring variation in lineups, so you can specialize. It's like bringing an operator for a site, but even more refined than that.
That's a very interesting concept, actually, and something that Well, I'm again unsure about how it works in stuff like T1 for rulebooks, and certainly, but it could be something interesting, to have that availability to, okay, let's say you have someone who's absolutely insane, understands the map like Coastline inside out, be able to throw them on and put them on that entry role on more aggressive maps, for example, or have a more reserved player, perhaps someone that can fill a more reflex role on maps that require it. So, again, it could be something very interesting, and having that availability of another player that can step in for substitute is always handy. The thinking, playing, well, that's a lot of rounds getting set down range, makes a lot of noise, and oh, yes it is! They're repelling through the middle. He gets one, kicks another one. He fights for Regnan, but it's gonna be a massacre. Absolute massacre! The LMGs don't stop singing. It's a 4 versus 1, and Maddox, well, I have a feeling this is going to be a very, very, very difficult retake.
Right, Whippet, you are a fan, and you absolutely love saying that the Elder sings, but today we were hearing a different tune. Aggro getting aggressive. Kicks will get taken down from Maddox, so she is not ready to give up this fight just yet. Aggro, they want match point, though. The flashbang will go through, and Lion Scans will not be in the pocket of Eddie anymore, but that's not the big thing. Oni with the team kill will be there, and Maddox is able to find Oni. Eddie in the 1 versus 1 is able to close things out. Somehow, Aggro, they, oh, no, that is, oh, there we go. It's a bit more, a bit more understandable with that point. We saw Aggro being able to push it to match point. Disrupt Gaming, they said, well, we gave it a good run, but let's get down to the meat and bones of competitive siege with it.
I mean, I'm sorry, the words competitive siege and we just saw a trophy repel on Villa are very difficult things for me to comprehend. I mean, what an incredible matchup to watch for my debut of casting North America. This has been an absolute treat, Aggro. I thank you for putting on this level of aggression I've never seen before. I've never seen someone be that confident. Just go, all right, I'm going to dump an entire 200-round box magazine through a window just to mask the sound of my teammates storming the middle of Villa. And well, it worked out. It's great to see. I'm seeing in chat there was a mention of a knife fight.
Right. That's what I meant by competitive siege. Disrupt Gaming called the knife fight. Aggro agreed. The Nomad is on the board, and we are going to see it. And I think for the first time ever, I'm gonna cast a knife fight. I'm really looking forward to this.
This is your first knife fight cast?
Have
you never done a charity match before, Creedy?
Oh, no, because I'm busy doing qualifiers for stuff like you can do and big stuff.
Weird flex.
I can flex more, you know that. But Disrupt Gaming, they've kind of said, well, let's be good sports about it. They've played a really good game. Both teams have, but Aggro just every now and then, every couple of rounds, they just come up the victors each time. They had that little bit extra gas, The Golden 6 will go through and do a little bit of damage. That's a bit unfair. So the impact will follow. And, yeah. And there we go. Asians able to find out this. We'll find another. And only gets a TK.
They didn't wait for the Nomad. I mean, that is a tut-tut there. You should, it's like F1. You wait for the lights to go, and it seemingly has gone a bit awry.
Okay.
Well, I don't think this is exactly what was intended, but okay. Unique start, a unique round to say the very least.
Are gonna let this go. They are going to lose this round, and because they want to do a redo. But it seems like they're just going to go for a 2 versus 2 knife fight instead. And well, all the operators on the board, you look at them, they're all 2-3 speeds. This is a great position. We're not seeing any Lions, shockingly enough. We're not seeing anything else. Aggro, they're playing it very, very careful to get over towards that site because, well, simply put, they realize that Disrupt, they can betray them at any second. Lioness is calling for the round to be theirs, but, well, realistically, it's only staving off the inevitable. A knife fight is going to come, and eventually we are going to see Aggro, realistically, at least go to overtime or clutching it all out. The Aggro players, well, they're just going to want to go to site at this point, and half the round left, they've got their time.
This, right. I am very much lost for words. This is intriguing. I have never seen this before, and well, it looks like we're in for a few odd seconds ahead of us. Okay. Bye concussion, or bye impact grenade, bye! Off you go. That might hit Magello Park and disrupt some F1 running for Ferrari there. But this is, yeah, I think we're going to have a bit of a waiting game. Or perhaps they're, doing their best imitation of Year 1 Vitality, waiting for the dying seconds to vault on into the objective, but they have a little bit of a shot before they can get there. Passive.
20-second methods coming back in. I'm calling it right
it's
here.
coming back with passion. They're going to try and bring it back, whether you like it or not. Aggro here, reinforce the 20-second meta. Yeah.
Double down, boys. Double down. Let's go.
Oh, there they go.
The push. It's got to come through. The concussion. There you go. 2 concussions will take place, and now the impact will go through. But the big problem is, well, if you're too close to Eddie, well, you're going to suffer. They will start moving in. They're going to be pre-firing. This is going to be a round that Aggro want to win. Maddox will be able to find that kill onto Eddie, and suddenly, the 1 versus 2 for Rex with the LMG. It has a lot of potential. We'll be able to nearly find the kill onto Maddox. There it is. You push through. Well, the LMG is just going to sing. It's going to keep firing. You don't know where the Mozzie is, but the alibi and dope kill will get it out. Now, DG, are they going to go for another knife fight? That's the real question here.
This is... Right. I think some context needs to be... I think I got pulled into this cast. I got pulled into this cast roughly around... I say...
minutes. It was on the wire.
We started.
We'll be honest.
Right?
Yeah.
Before that, I kid you not, I got pulled. I was in bed, about to go to sleep, got pulled in to talk about some graphic package stuff. Creedy came in, goes, I need a caster, right? I said yes, and now I've witnessed one of the most entertaining and bizarre games ever, and I'm loving it. I am absolutely loving it.
NA, baby.
I went from going to
sleep, man.
I went from going to sleep to, well, more hopped up than I would be after downing cans and cans of my favorite nondescript energy drink. This is absolutely insane.
And, well, I gotta be honest, I'm really glad to have you here. We're not sponsored, actually, so yeah, with it, I've had a Red Bull today. I know you hate that drink completely.
No,
yeah,
how
this
could
has
you
been
say
a lot of fun. This is absolutely beautiful. Aggro, they're always a team that displays, whether they're trying or whether they're having a bit of fun. They're always a team that will put on a show, and I think that goes for NA in general, especially when you look at NAL completely. But, well, we're going to be heading back to Trophy Statue. The way that Disrupt looks to be bringing this lineup kind of implies that they don't want to go for a knife fight. They've had a couple of rounds now, and, well, they might have just got a taste of blood. Maybe not.
I'm just, what is actually going on in these
This is
rounds?
not what it normally happens, okay?
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Yeah, this is interesting.
I mean, I'm loving it. It's been a great, absolute
glad you
blast
are.
so far. I mean, it's hard not to enjoy sitting opposite you on the virtual caster desk. It's always a pleasure.
I miss when we'll get a real caster desk, you know. That's what I know. But we're gonna be heading out main. Hopefully, Aggro. They're not gonna jump the gun. Getting a bit too aggro, finding that first kill. Now I want to see DG also not shooting any of Aggro. That'd be a really good position to be in. No team kills, no nothing. Just good old-fashioned knife fight. And that is what's going to happen. The Nomad is ready. Ideally, well, in the fairness of the competitive sport that is knife fight, we want to see attacker, defender, attacker, defender. We want it staggered, so it's nice and fair, nice and balanced, rather than, as you can see right there, you've just got, you know, a million people right there.
It's an interesting starting grid. It's an interesting grid, to say the least. A little bit mixed up.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, they're all Oh wait, hold up, hold up, Callie.
He's spectating, bro. He's spectating.
He's observing.
Oh,
he's
shooting.
Observer.
Rex, don't shoot my man. Right, the Nomad charge will go off though, and the fight will go. See, Lord of C4. Maddox, you naughty girl. Now it's all anorexia pulling out that Cali sniper. Able to find one, we'll have to look for more. We'll find the head of Maddox, but can't get Jehue. She will find that kill. And Disrupt will get some GNs going in chat. That was interesting. The C4, an interesting way to use a knife, you know. That's all I'm gonna say.
All I can imagine there is Callie sitting up there on top of Villa with a scene from Saving Private Ryan, holding on in the church tower against all odds, but ultimately succumbing to Disrupt there. An Ironside MP7 was enough to lob a 9mm round between Callie's eyes and send that round in victory of Disrupt. And, I mean, I hope
Well.
we're not in store for a knife fight. And judging by the fact that we don't see a Nomad on the lineup, that's exactly what we're in store for. But Eddie might just change his mind and bring the Nomad now. Who's he going to six pick to? Capitao is not going to be able to go for that Nomad.
Let's
Bringing
talk about this lineup, though.
it
Most
is scuffed.
sexy. Oh, different ways, different approaches.
Different. Okay. How does entertain? Scuffed don't mean bad. Scuffed might mean in this case means fast, shooty, throwy, kill, fun. That's how I think Aggro are planning this.
Yeah, we're seeing the ranked playstyle coming through just a little bit. Right now, what we are seeing is the Blitz, the Finkel, the Ying. All the LFGs coming out yet again from Aggro, and well, honestly, it worked out pretty damn nicely. Real round we saw Aggro, they used the Yings, they used the smokes beautifully, because look at that lineup. Is there a Jaeger? Is there a Mine? There is neither. Not even in a room to catch any of this utility. So, Aggro, they have a lot of utility that they can use. These Capitao bombs, the Candelas, the concussions, the frag grenades, the flashbangs. Well, they can just go and cause an absolute headache for Disrupt Gaming. And Aggro, as soon as they get in, they start shooting, they're not going to stop. They're just going to pre-fire every single corner they can. And with Blitz in the charge, well, their flashbangs are going to have a lot more impact. Vertical play, though, will be shut down by kicks. And suddenly, Rexavi starts moving onto side, takes away the Banshee, and the rush is full effect now.
This is insanity, absolutely insanity. The FO12 claims a victim. Lioness with the Roni gets one of her own. A 4 versus 3 in favor of Disrupt. Asian looks to play ring around the Rosie around the bomb chassis, but Dope Girl finds some shots on target. Kicks gets 1, gets 2, 3 in the round. Only gets one of his own. It's a massacre in kitchen. The FO12 massacres one more. Pulls back that chamber, ready to go to war. But no! Kick steps back up in the fight. And wins it out for Aggro. Well, GG's Cascade through chat, and that was absolutely insane. What just happened?
I'm not really sure, but, well, let's talk about the first couple of rounds where we saw both teams really give it a good effort, and not to say they didn't in the last one. I'll get to that. But in the first couple of rounds, what we saw was Aggro. They kept getting that aggression on the board. Disrupt, they really struggled to try and put something there, have any tangible results when it came to this push, when it came to trying to take control of anything, really. Because they're going right up against Ella Shotguns, Boss Chiekos. They're going against teams who are very, very comfortable landing their shots. And Aggro, well, they weren't afraid to get aggressive. They weren't afraid to live up to their name, find advantages, and shut them down. That's exactly what we saw in the first round. That's exactly what we saw in the end, when they went on the attack. And like I said, a lot of that utility, a lot of that gunplay, it all just came through, and then the Finker Stims, just the cherry on top. That's where the kill came through. And, well, Aggro, they will win round 1 of this qualifiers, but we still have quite a few more to go, not to mention 2 more games.
Certainly so, and well, if those games can live up to even a fraction of the action intensity that we've just witnessed in terms of just pure insanity, I'm going to be very excited. So sit back, relax, and we'll be back with you when it's time for our next matchup of the evening. Have a good one.
Hello and welcome back to the Upsurge Premier League Open Quals, but the second time around. Now, with it, we saw a very interesting game, a very enjoyable game from Disrupt Gaming and, well, simply put, Aggro, living up true to their name and being able to take that 7-3, 7-4 victory. I'm not exactly sure what happened. 9th-round shenanigans led to a 7-4 victory, but that was your first game in NA. We're not done yet, so what are your thoughts on that?
Well, it was an intriguing game to say the very least. Twists and turns, lots of aggressive plays coming out from Aggro, and we saw some shenanigans with all the knife rounds, etc. But it was a fantastic start, and I hopefully tonight can continue to impress me with some North American action. I've absolutely loved it so far working with everyone here, so I hopefully this night's only going to get better on. And well, we have an exciting matchup for you. Now we've got Slaughterhouse Bravo versus Toys or Trust Only Your Squad. I'm looking forward to this one. Y'all have built this as going to be an interesting one, so hopefully the teams can deliver on that.
You look at Slaughterhouse Bravo, they're a very comfortable team in the T3 scene. They play in SCS, they play in UPL, and, well, they've performed in every single league that we've seen them so far. Toys, on the other hand, well, they're currently the actual Upsurge Premier League runners-up. So they're in a really good position to come back and, make their name and just say, in the qualifiers, this is where we're going to go. Speaking of where we're going to go, Whippet, why don't you lead us through these map bans?
Well, our map bans will be rolling up on screen very shortly, and well, this can very much be the decider of how this is going to play out. Maps have very different variations of how teams can like to play them, and I'm just intrigued. So our very first ban is going to be Consulate. That's going to be Slaughterhouse Bravo taking that off the play. And well, I agree personally. Not one of my favorite maps. It's very repel heavy. It can be very structured and linear, and lots of teams can suffer on it. And well, there's a reason why during the whole debacle of Theme Park, this was a map product that should have been removed from the pool. Oregon next to go, and well, that's a joyous moment for me. I've seen so much Oregon in recent memory. To see that go for well is a good sign. Chalet, unfortunately, not going to get chosen out. It's going to be banned away by Slaughterhouse Bravo. And newest map to the pool, but I've very much enjoyed everything I've seen. Clubhouse next to go, so we're whittling through lots of popular maps so far. Again, I like to see it. And well, there's what I in Europe call the T4 trifecta. That's going to be Cafe Club and Oregon, all no longer in play. So we're in store for a little bit more of an interesting matchup this time. As our final ban will be Coastline, meaning yet again this evening we will be returning to the rolling hills of Tuscany as Villa is our map of choice.
Yeah, now, with Toys wanting to go to opting to ban out Coastline, actually, I think that's going to say a little bit about their playstyle. Now, Villa is a map where you can run around, you can have those very simple strategies in place to just run around, but if you put more work in, you get more work out of it realistically. Coastline, on the flip side, is one of those maps where you get the basics down, and suddenly you're going into it. So we're going to see Toys probably wanting to just play that more strategic game, and well, can you blame them? Getting to be the runner-up of the UPL, well, that doesn't take just raw mechanics. It takes a little bit extra, something like an X Factor. But Slaughterhouse Bravo, they're going to start us off with these bans, and, well, Whippet, I am just shocked.
I'm mesmerized. I'm genuinely stunned. Thatcher first to go. Of course, we're joking. We're bringing in our own flip, but this is actually something I'm intrigued about. Not very often you see a Nomad banned on a map like Villa. Yes, there's lots of potential for roam presence, so those air jabs act as a nice peace of mind to kind of give yourself that security. And seeing that ban, well, that might see some aggressive roam play. Valkyrie next to go, and those cameras can relay so much information, and with that extra information, can lend teams to have that extra availability to play more aggressive. So this could be a ban to try and slow down the pace of Villa and bring it down to a more strategic brawl. The last operator to go will be our favorite Spaniard. That's Mirror no longer in fray. And again, as I mentioned in our very first matchup today, this makes a lot of sense. It's easier to get rid of those windows now in the ban phase than it is to do so in the server itself. So this is a good ban phase. Nothing too out there. The only somewhat outlier is Nomad, but even then, a very justifiable ban. And so we're going to get started in as AVG is our very first side of choice. I can't wait to get into this one.
Yes, now Slaughterhouse, looking at the lineup they brought on the board, well, they're bringing in the Aruni and the Goyo. Now, typically, these operators don't come in that much, mainly because Aruni, well, she's brand new. She's just come out of quarantine alongside the Chanka. And, well, Aruni, the one thing I really love about her lineup is those laser gates, or as I'm going to call them now, the bug zappers. Because, well, realistically, they operate in that exact way. They hold that position. They essentially work as a nice little piece of catch utility or fallback. So your Jaeger, your Wamai, they're burnt out, they're gone, but then they still need to deal with these Surya gates. Now, the drones can also take it down, but self-destruction is going to be used more often than not. Think about your Ash breaching charges and your drones, because, well, realistically, drones, they're going to be taken away very early on, and if you're using your drones properly, you don't want to be throwing them into these laser gates. It's something you're doing in unranked or ranked. It's not something you do, but you're trying to qualify for Upsurge Premier League. Now, big thing that I also want to touch upon is these Goyo shields, and it allows, until this new change comes through, the Goyo shields allow just very aggressive positions to be held a little bit less risky for the defenders. This setup is quite interesting. You have the Aruni punching holes in that wall, but not fully reinforcing it out. This is something I saw in Epic Land as well, over in the EU side of things a month or so ago. You have a player over towards Trophy. You give them the sightlines into the triple wall for Master, and then you reinforce that Astro's side. In doing so, you have a really strong position, and if the attackers want to take control, they have to swing into that split position, or they have to contest you from Massive Bedroom. Toyzo will waste no time, the droning will start going through, and this setup will be called out.
Already, well, you mentioned it. You don't necessarily want to use your drone to get rid of that Surya gate. Well, we instantaneously saw that, as Mott Bonger's going to be able to do that. Love that name, by the way. That's a beautiful
part of you. I'm going to say that now.
I mean, it's interesting. There's a lot of potential to clear that Saria gate without having to sacrifice a drone, but I guess to this point, Zofia is acting somewhat as a tip of the spear, being on that entry role. So, again, not necessarily the most important drones, but they're always a valuable asset to have in your back pocket. No, come rain or shine, having information is never a bad thing in Siege, and sacrificing it to open a gate is just something I truly can't justify in my heart. So, good map control getting gathered so far, a push on the master bedroom side of things, and this is going to be exactly what you'd imagine. In our previous match, our first match today, we saw already a massive amount of kills this early phase round, but this is going to be a much slower and methodical approach getting brought up. Now, Jaeger's just outside of 90, holding a position, looks to get aggressive and swing, but Matt fires back, shuts him down, and that's going to be the opening kill of this matchup.
Yeah. Now, what we're seeing right now is the 90 control. It's fully in favor of Toys at the moment. And now, while they have this control, they can start thinking about their next steps. Execute this flank watch. You don't have a Nomad, but in place you brought the Jackal. Slothy going to be very uncomfortable wanting to get aggressive. It's why we also saw Sim moving back. Cordell, though, will be able to find another kill and is able to find a third frag in favor of Toys. You're doing so now, 2 versus 5, and now Sim is going to have to try and get something out of here. Burnt Turkey getting that smoke canister out of the door. I've seen this player quite a few times, and he never disappoints. And, well, Matt Bonker, he's going to be a little bit disappointed as he loses his head. Sim is trying to get a refrag, will down Jarden, but not get the kill. Cat's going to be taken away by Phaeton. And suddenly, well, we're in a 1 versus 3, and what should be a 1 versus 4, and Jarden's very low HP. Cordell will fall to that SMG-11, and suddenly Burnt Turkey, he's holding all the cards. No smoke canisters, but raw aim and positioning. The smoke grenade will go down, the pings will come out, and that's a kill onto the diffuser. Now he knows where the rest of the attackers are. Jarden, you have to get something. You have to move through, but the close range is coming through in favor of the defense. Jarden, you could rotate around now, but do you have time? The summer charge will go off. It won't distract them. The ADS will burn, and you're going to have no opportunity but to plant Burnt Turkey. He's won the round already. It's just a case of landing the shot.
Well, it's going to be a post-plant situation, and well, as you said, he had that round in the bank, a quad kill to wrap things up, and all the time in the world even, with an extra 0.5 on that defuse timer to get everything tucked away nicely, as Slaughterhouse Bravo take the very, very first round here in Villa. And it was a little bit dicey, a little bit sketchy from times, but it ultimately came down to Burnt Turkey finding 4 and being the rock his team needed, playing that anchor role absolutely supremely, and more importantly, getting that round on the board. A great start for that side, and can they use that as a catalyst to build upon, and they have to launch an attack with some momentum to get some rounds on the board, because as I mentioned earlier, this map is historically weighted towards that defense, so can they capitalize on that somewhat built-in intrinsic advantage that defensive side can give you on Villa?
Now, something I've noticed in EU specifically, especially one of the leagues me and you both work in ECS, is the fact that when you see a very confident team, a very comfortable one with aggressive takes, well, then they tend to win it out. It seems to be a little bit more attacker-sided because they can deal with utility quickly, take control of the map, and ultimately act upon that very early on. That's something with Toys. They were starting to stall down that 90. They got control of 90. Then they were thinking, okay, next steps. Let's deal with the roamers. Let's deal with the flank watch. They were able to do that, but it slowed them down. And at that point, as soon as they started to get over towards that 90 area, well, we saw Slaughterhouse. They wanted to get aggressive. And that wasn't the play for them. No, you can't call that the right decision because they had to play it safe at 2 versus 4. Now, granted, a lot of people say, well, when you are in a back corner with nowhere to run, well, then you've got to pop off. That wasn't the case. You had Burnt Turkey in that position, able to just pop off incredibly. Sim, maybe you could have held it a bit safer, maybe get a kill and at least be traded. And not because of a team kill coming out from Phaeton. That's the only kill that wasn't Burnt Turkey's. Now, Slaughterhouse Bravo, though, they are going to be heading to Trophy Statue. They have that Astro hold. They have the very typical roam towards study. A little bit of roam down below just to spice things up a little bit, well.
I always like when a team tries to play with that vertical roam presence. It acts as an extra layer, an extra complication to deal with. And, well, pardon my roganism, but a Siege is such a complex game with dire consequences in server. They need to be able to fix this, try to hunt that roam presence down. Cordell looks to get aggressive here, trying to find the opening kill. I can't quite find any damage yet. Reaching round in hand, sends it down range, but I believe it's going to get caught by a capture to no avail. A C4 tossed out, not going to find any damage either. And that Vulcan shield detonated on 90. Control beginning to slip away from the defensive side of Slaughterhouse Bravo, but they still have power positions. They still have a great potential to hold the crossfire. Matt Bonger's going to get bonked by that C4, but just escape its explosive radius. Jordan's going to find the opening kill with that AK-12. Cardell's going to join in. Miku's getting slain out. And the advantage now sits with Toys in a 5 versus 3, already gaining significant amounts of map control. And this is what they need to be as an offensive side. Every step you take must be forward and concise in order to keep that time on your side, as well as always progressing towards that win condition of getting that diffuser down or eliminating all members of that defensive side. Though we saw that rotation, that Goyo shield being moved, looking like the front line's been repositioned, and an absolutely brilliant few shots there from Zofia, popping Burnt Sky, the hero of our previous round, down to around 20 HP.
I think I'm going to call him Burnt Sky at this point. Now that Goyo shield will be taken away, and the Yana will take this opportunity to start moving through. You suddenly know that there's a player nearby and where they are. Question is, though, are you able to deal with it? You've got Phaethon on that flank watch, and granted, it is an issue, you need to be doing it, but, well, look at it, right? 3 defenders. They're going to be focused on this site, especially now that Jordan's rotating around to the master bedroom, because Doc is going to be able to find a kill through that pixel. Suddenly, you know where 1 player is, you know where 2 player is, because that slow canister from Bird Turkey's there. Suddenly, where's Slothy? Slothy, he's going to need to take control of that Astro Trophy area. Now that you know where all the players are, the flank watch can collapse, and you can start thinking about a push. Slaughterhouse Bravo, back up against a wall yet again. The question is, will they have what it takes to fight their way out of it now? 30 seconds on the clock, the last smoke canister will go through and waste that time, but will it be enough? Toys, they have to start pushing. They have to give something soon.
This is a very critical moment for them. They have to commit, they have to swing these positions, look for the fights, and well, Matt's going to try and do so. Burnt Turkey's going to get slain out in a flurry of kills, but it's a 2 versus 2. Fuser's yet to go down, and Cat's exposed and alone. There's no cover there. Dog swings, and Sloppy gets the final kill. Slaughterhouse Bravo recover around, absolutely supremely doing so. I mean, there was just no cover. That plant couldn't go down safely. And those final few moments, that transition from mid-round to the execution, that's when Toys began to falter, and Slaughterhouse Bravo took no prisoners in that one.
Yet again, we're seeing the last 20 seconds. You've seen that push. That's being the main fail point of Toys. They're starting to move in. They're being picked apart one by one. The refrags just aren't there. They're just not landing the shots that they need to entry onto site. You see that plant, like you said, it went down late. Dox was able to swing, and suddenly Slothy it closed it all down. Where are things going wrong for Toys? The execute. The very, very ending execute. And if there's a time to really pick up on it, it's now. Kitchen Dining is going to be the tertiary site. We're not going to see any changes in that defensive lineup, and with good reason. It's been working. Slaughterhouse Bravo, though, on the flip side, I do want to say, you guys, you've got to think about your early game so much more. If you can lock that down, Toys, they won't even get towards that end round to start throwing these opportunities. We're seeing Slaughterhouse Bravo towards the end. They're looking at how they can just rotate around. They're changing their defense on the fly to adjust to the Toys attack. And Toys, they're giving Slaughterhouse all the time they need. Right now, though, the vertical play. That's going to be key going both ways, like you said, and you love to say quite a bit. I can't remember who said it, but vertical play, it goes both ways. And that's what we're going to see being the theme of this round. Toys, I think with the spawns, they're going to go for a study all the way over to that top floor clear, and Slothy, well, he's going to be ready just to deal with it.
Well, defending Kitchen is often the job of playing vertically, and I think that's exactly what we're in store for. Again, as you mentioned, having Slaughterhouse Bravo have more attention to their early round presence, if they can be more successful there, Toys might struggle to get a foothold at all in this matchup. Matt looks to be aggressive in living room, trying to get that horizontal control. Cordell's getting the opening kill there. Slothy falls, and that's going to be your Goyo off the board. Those Vulcan shields are already deployed, but you're losing that C4 in back pocket. And Cordell opening up this hatch is giving himself an escape route that necessarily means he can now walk around without having to worry himself from the default doorways, which can get watched. There is a player downstairs inside the basement, though. That's going to be your Jaeger, and watch out for that one. Perhaps Cordell has information, but no. A very smart rotation to the red stairs, opening up secret, and that audio cue is there. Jaeger might be able to pounce as Cordell is lurking, lingering in basement, and perhaps overstaying his welcome.
Is he going to suffer for it, Doc? Do you know that this Ashe is trying to impeach on your territory? Well, Blue Turkey's going to take some damage. Cordell's just going to walk up these Banshee says, no problem. Spotted that Melusi Banshee. The sequel will go off when the utility will be there, but Doc is able to find a kill onto Jarden. Possibly more important than killing Cordell, which Miko is able to do. Suddenly we're seeing Toys that start to stall out yet again. The Jackal scan comes through and Miku, well, just pantry stairs, play it safe. You know what the diffuser is. You have control of it. Now, down in that bottom floor, that's a very difficult position to go to. Sim will just start compounding this now, be able to find another kill onto Matt Bonga and Toys. Talked about the end round, we talked about Slaughterhouse. If they stepped up in the early game, well, we wouldn't even get to this point. Phaeton is able to find a kill, but yet again a 2 versus 4. Make that a 1 versus 3. Miku finding that kill with the Phaeton. Cat has to walk down these stairs and has to find not 1, not 2, but 3 kills or a plant. Very big ask on the table, but walking down these stairs, needs to get that diffuser, needs to deal with these angles, and isn't going to be able to deal with the first hurdle. Slaughterhouse Bravo, yet again, will find another round, and, well, a lot more comfortably than last time. Maybe they listened to me.
3 rounds in succession there. Absolutely superb from them. I mean, looking at this is just incredible from them. They're playing absolutely brilliantly. Toys need to find a way to get their claws into these rounds a little bit earlier. They're seemingly not being able to control or dictate the pace at all. And yes, the defense have that inherent advantage where they can control the ebb and flow of a match via their setup and verticality and roam presence, etc. But Toys need to be able to read that. They need to be able to counter it. They need to be able to try and fight that and read into and predict what's going on. And they haven't quite done that yet. They've shown glimpses of a really strong team, just like when they were attacking Trophy. They cleared the extension Roman AVG very quickly. But that transition from mid-round to execution is where they suffered. They just didn't have the appropriate information to capitalize upon that. So back to AVG we go. And hopefully, now after a rotation of sights and a flawless rotation by Slaughterhouse Bravo, Toys can try to read into this perhaps, see the strategies in play, and counter-strat appropriately to try and have a little bit more success in this round.
Yeah, the main thing, like I said, well, on the flip side of Slaughterhouse Bravo, they need to tighten up the early game. Well, Toys, they need to deliver on that little bit more. They need to be able to focus on the end game. Most importantly, to quote a certain Doombringer that we all know and hate or love, depending on what alignment you have, but that's not important. Basically, my point is, Toys, your endgame needs to step up. You need to find refrags. You need to be able to make use of the map, player, and time control that you have repeatedly found yourself in control of. I don't know how many times I can say this. I feel like a broken record. But now, we're seeing Slaughterhouse Bravo getting very, very comfortable, very aggressive. They've yet to lose a round. 2 of them, maybe they could have. But it just comes down to them tightening up at the last second when it's most needed. The same extension will be held. Doc and Sim both playing on that roam game. They left it very early in the last time we saw this side. Maybe they might want to hold longer. Don't give Toys this map control. Matt Bonga, he's going to get that drone in. He's going to try and take the gunfight. Isn't going to land the shots. Will do some damage, but not enough to kill Doc, who will drop. Now, Side, well, you need to think about pulling back, but not before Cordell's able to find Miku on that vertical play yet again. Looking to get the utility, looking to get something. Big job now for you, though, is also taking away Doc, but you'll find Slothy actually finding that kill and taking away the Melusi. A 3 versus 4, this is what I talked about, Whippet. They need to be able to deliver now.
Exactly. This is going to be that transition phase and around I was mentioning. You've got your initial entry. You're suffering, so you haven't necessarily got all the map control, but you need to be able to recoup and recover, get drones out, get information, set yourself up appropriately to make that final push of control. Looking at this Jackal, setting up a flank watcher on Astro Stairs, this is a good move to be able to stir it up, but that camera should have been removed far earlier. And interesting to see that PDW in play, a rare sight these days, but a very good weapon to brawl with up close. Cat takes a whole chunk of damage there, finding around 40 taken. Not ideal considering that Yana can be a very potent operator, holding 2 grenades in back pocket. Those M67s can do work at displacing operators as well as confirming those kills. This Banshee's going to be a problem, but we see a player in Memorial now. Will they be able to pounce and cause chaos? Cordell's going to get one on the dock, and that was that player in Memorial that I mentioned, 4 versus 2. Make that a 4 versus 1! Cordell gets a quad on for an ace. Will he be able to find it? It's going to be a tricky fight around the bar, but no shutdown. But the trade is there from Cat, and Toys claim their very first round.
Much, much better from them. That's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see them starting to improve on. That refrag was right there. We saw Cordell really stepping up, finding a couple of kills, and realistically doing what I wanted to happen. That 90 control was taken. They were positioning themselves for a push into that Aviator side. Now, the big thing where they sold out the first time they were on this site was that they all went through the one door and all face check Burnt Turkey. This time you saw that three-person split. They went to that map room door. I don't know why I get this wrong so often, but it's okay. They keep going to that door. But this time they had players over towards the Aviator, the games room, to deal with Burnt Turkey. Yes, you lost Cordor, wasn't able to find the ace, but the pressure was applied. Even if you lost Cat, the prep would start to go down. They'd have control of site, and you'd see yourself in a retake very much unlike what we saw in the first round. Now, a big thing I really need to point out as we return to Croton Statue is, I know it says dog, but I'm going to call it dog, because now we have cats and dogs. And I've only just noticed that, and it kind of hit me.
I noticed that when we got into our ban phase. I could not believe it wasn't dog when I first saw it. Would have been a very nice Uplay name to have, actually. Imagine just getting dog. All lowercase
well,
dog.
You know somebody who'd take that.
Oh, you know that eyes light up red meme? Yeah. Oh, one of our buddies who loves Uplay names is very much intrigued about finding dog now, I'd imagine. But a much better round from Toys. Absolutely supreme. Really did come down, though, to the individual performance of Cordell. And we're looking at the performance on this sheet right now. He's 9-4. He's been carrying his team so much right now, and yes, that's great. They got around. He got a quad kill. They were able to play around him, find the trades off his early aggression. But you can't be a one-man show. They need to be able to find some success all across the board, whether that's in strategy or individuality, and that needs to come now because, well, round number 5, you've only got this and one more on that offensive split. You've got 2 more chances to tie things up, moving into the side swap, and they've got to do that quickly. Goyo shields pop, so that's 90 player Goyo's to be forced back just a little bit. He can find some early damage taken, so it looks like a very similar approach to what we saw Toys do previously attacking the site, but again, keep your eye on Cordell. If he dies out early, will Toys have the momentum, have the ability to fight back against Slaughterhouse Bravo? Unless Cordell finding the opening kill on the Miku and continuing his reign of terror. Now 10 kills to 4, looking to make that 11, but Goyo just gets in the cover, and well, I thought that was Ash finding that kill. No, it was the Jackal. A great shot there. Matt Bonger's removed from action. Jackal finds 2 in the round, and it looks like Toys have found their legs. It's a 4 versus 2, and now they can get the information, get themselves set up. They can set themselves up absolutely supremely now for this execution. You have to instead of 1v1. You have to push in. There has to be crossfires and covers and trade potential. Otherwise, your advantage is for nothing. But I think they're going to be able to pull this one off.
Yes, now the big thing for Toys was the coordination, the way that they pushed. They had a player on window, they had a player pushing, and Cordell, well, he's able to land these shots. Now, Toys, they came to this map instead of Coastline. If Frags was where they wanted to win it out, well, they were definitely on the wrong map. Right now, though, we are seeing Toys in that crucial transition phase like you talked about. Everything's ready. Everything's prepared. They're just waiting a little bit of time to make sure everything's perfect. You still have Burnt Turkey. You still have Slothy. 2 of the big problem areas when you attacked this site last time. And now Jarden. They know where you are. Luckily, Cat is taking the diffuser, so that push when it comes onto site will be used to distract Burnt Turkey. He's looking right at Jarden. He's trying to take the fight. As long as they peek together, well, they can cause some issues. Slothy will be refragged. Burnt Turkey gets 1 kill. Has to get aggressive, find another. But Cordell's there to just get a double kill and get that round over with. Toys, they're stepping up. They're realizing their strengths and they're playing around it. Cordell just starting to get there because, like I said, a lot of utility over towards that study side, over towards the study game side. In the games, there was footholds and a Banshee that would get triggered when he stepped in, so he had to commit utility, wide swing, deal with that. That's why you had Cat on 90 window. You put pressure on Slothy. Yes, he escapes. He pulls back, but the ADS is gone. The Goyo shield's gone. Suddenly, Cordell's getting another kill, and you're able to take a lot of map control. Toys, that's the round I want to see, and if they can keep this going and do that again, I can see a 3-3 split here.
I think a 3-3 split is a real potential right now. Toys have seemingly found some extra life, but massive credit to Cordell right now. Absolutely fantastic on that Ash. You know, look at that. 12-4, finding his momentum, his rhythm here, and being super disruptive. Choose SH Bravo. But the question still sits in the back of my mind. If Toys lose their Ash early, lose Cordell on that aggressive role, do they have an answer? Do they have the tools? Are their claws long enough to be able to strike back at SHB? Or is that going to be the round over? And again, great individuality is brilliant to have. You need to have someone to stand up when the light shine the brightest, but you need a team there to help make sure they can do that consistently. That's just a worrisome thing in the back of my mind right now, but that shouldn't take away from the great turnaround Toys have had in those previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, now, yet again, we're seeing Cordell having a huge opportunity to step up and really put some kills on the board for the team. But like you said, round 6, we want to see a little bit more performance from the rest of them. Now it's time to really rally around Cordell, play for refrags, just push the stats up slowly. You're playing around them really well if you could just start landing a couple more gunfights. Now, instead of seeing Slaughterhouse Bravo start to shut down rounds before they even make it to that mid-round, well, now we're seeing Toys. They're looking to just start putting a seal, put a lid on all these players that they're losing. Now, a very different hold is coming out from Slaughterhouse Bravo. They're playing the roam. They're playing a bunker. They're trying to not hold this study. And because of that, Cordell is going to go down below, hunting yet again. Slothy will be pushed out, but not take any damage from that Ghost Shield or Dance of Feeling Impact. That just pulls back, plays it safe. The drone, though, that might just spot that player. Cordell knows that this roam clear has to come through, because look at that secondary gadget. 3 C4s all in board. A player could just drop down and cause a lot of issues. So I'm looking to be the first one to start things off, waiting for this ping. Cordell is going to be a huge piece of the puzzle here, but Matt Bonga is going to start things off and make us aware that he's also a big piece as well. Finding a kill onto Slothy, the Gon 6 rings out, the refrag onto Cat will take place, and suddenly Cordell, you'll be called out, because why is that happening? Jordan will rotate around to the master bedroom, Nikki down below will be picked off by the Ash eventually, but the question is, why did it take so long, and where are Toys going to go from here?
They have great potential just in terms of player count right now to be able to pounce and capitalize, but again, this round is still so sketchy. SHB can really claw this one back. Cordell down below looking to make some verticality with those breaching rounds, trying to make people uncomfortable. SVM is going to be able to get that kill there, find a second one, third in the round. The MP5 sings a sweet song of death. This dog gets another one, while Cordell, the man of the hour so far, can he do his team's justice and claw this one back? It's a 3 versus 1. A tricky ask for anyone, but he's been so supreme right now. Trades off some damage, couldn't get any of his own, but I think he's walking into a trap. Yes, he is! That's going to be the MP5 raining out as Cordell falls, and that's going to be Slaughterhouse Bravo taking yet another round.
Huge improvement coming out from Toys. That's what I like to see. The big thing is, I want to see this adjustment mid-round. I want to see this happening like we saw Slaughterhouse Bravo being able to. I want to see them being able to just adjust this defense on the fly. Say, what's happening? Are they putting pressure on this master bedroom? No. Get the utility looking around. Let's play this positioning. One person just has to cover our back. We should be okay. There should be audio information to cover it. Slaughterhouse Bravo, very comfortable, very dominant, especially in the last round and the first 2. But now we're seeing a 4-2 split on Villa. Toys, they're showing a pretty bright light, in my opinion. So, right now, we are going to see the split coming through. Slaughterhouse will be going on to the attack, and they'll line up, well, that certainly reflects it. We're seeing no Nomad, but we're seeing a 0 in place. Something I kind of called it. As soon as he was in that quarantine phase, he's just about to come out, I was kind of like, well, he's probably going to fill the role of Nomad. Because while, yes, you have to commit a player to it, well, you'd have to do that with anything. Flank watches, anything, realistically. So you put the 0 cam down on one of these staircases, and you have one to deal with utility. That's a pretty nice trade-off for me. You have those cameras, they can be incredibly hard to find if you're rotating around, and unlike air jabs, they don't have that passive performance. What we will see, though, is a very heavy extension being set up by the side of Toys, looking to defend all the way into that trophy statue. Not the same thing we saw from Slaughterhouse Bravo, but the same kind of philosophy behind it. Jordan, in the bar, looking to do a nice little burnt turkey crossplay.
I mean, if they can find 4 kills on the smoke, that would be a very impressive tribute to Burnt Turkey in our opening round here. But as you were mentioning, that 0 getting brought out will act as somewhat of a substitute for Nomad being able to have somewhat control of our flank. It's not ideal. It doesn't have that deterrent factor. It is just a camera, but it's harder to spot out. It's somewhat less cute clues that it's there. And if someone's actively watching it, it can give great potential information. SVM in a great or horrible position, I should say, with verticality just above him. Gets rid of that proximity alarm so we can have a little bit of peace of mind. Cat looks to try and creep down the main stairs, but to no avail, as no one's going to be in line of sight. And the turkey's the closest one there, but inside of living room. Dog's going to be able to get the opening kill as Matt Bonger's off the board, and while the advantage now sits with Slaughterhouse Bravo, finding that opening kill and slaying out that Goyo. Loss of the Vector and C4 potential, and lots of presence down below still from SHB. Can they continue to grow upon this and capitalize on their moment? Use that as a catalyst to push it up the main stairs. Well, Jordan's going to be able to fire back. His dog's going to get killed out by that vertical position. Cordell is going to be just as active on Jaeger as he was on Ash, finding a kill there on the burnt turkey, getting that 0 off the board. A grenade primed and ready. Will Slaughter be finding any success with it. Thinking better of lobbing an M67 to a potential ADS or a Mike Pancake. And it looks like this round's going to be rounding out to a little bit of a halt. This is going to be a very important brawl, though. Can SBM win it out against the Jaeger? This could give his team a real option, a real potential of being able to push in. The yellow pinks are there, and an absolutely fantastic flick on the Cordell there, popping his brain like a watermelon, and now tying us up to 3 versus 3.
Yes, now the red stairs look to be in aggressive position. No more, thanks to Sim. Now we're seeing Miko able to just keep things going, finding fight and finding the evil eye. The older sings no more whip it, but Cat is going to have a little tune himself. We'll be able to find a kill onto Sim, but not before being refragged. It's all down to Jordan back onto site. He's holding this position. He knows and studies where one of these players is going to come from. The Gemini gets taken down. And well, what do? You have to pre-fire. You have to be prepared to deal with this pinch. You hear the blank go down, the smoke canister goes through, but now you need to deal with the gunfight. Are you going to? No. That plant is going to start going down. Another smoke canister follows. The push comes through, and oh, that's the diffuser down. Suddenly, Slothy has to bring it up huge in a 1 versus 1. The pings will come out. The information will be there, and the smoke canister will follow with 30 seconds left. The push has to come through. The ping's constantly there. A default, that camera just doing absolutely the Lord's work. The frag grenade will follow, does some damage, but not enough to kill Slothy. You're gonna need to do better than that. Picks up the diffuser, has that Gon 6 ready, but that's not gonna land the killing blow. Only your G36 will. Now you're just seeing time being played out to a degree where Jordan can play it safe. You wait until the 0 seconds hits, but Slothy's going to get the plank down. The question is, does he swing the right angle? Oh, Jordan! He doesn't get it! Slothy will give Slaughterhouse Bravo their first attacking round.
No. That... You cannot let that happen. What have I just witnessed? So close from that smoke for me being able to hold out that round, but the positioning of that plant going down behind the bar just gave that extra cover that Yana needed to get that down safely. And ultimately, all it took was popping up from the diffuser to click on a single head. And Slaughterhouse Bravo find themselves sitting pretty on a 5-2 advantage. They've been very dominant here on Villa. Can they continue that now as they're making another attack on Aviator Games?
Okay, now this is where Slaughterhouse have a real opportunity to just keep this gap going. 4-2, it doesn't seem like a huge split when you're on the defense, but when you go into the second half, and you see which team really has that edge, well, that suddenly becomes a huge gap. Now look at this. Slaughterhouse Bravo, I talk about this side, when you have teams comfortable, when you have teams that have aggression, that they know how to play with, well, suddenly, you're looking at a more attacker-sided Villa. That round really felt a lot more in the attacker's favor than it did for Toys. You saw Cordell trying to keep playing catch-up constantly, but it wasn't meant to be. Now, we will see the defenders looking to go to the same place. Very little adaptation to this defensive setup. The main thing that we're seeing, Cat bringing that one mark. That doesn't surprise me at all. You need that utility. That was here in the last round. However, the question is, are they going to commit to utility study in such a way? A lot of vertical pressure was a big problem for Toys as well. How are they going to adjust to that? Are we going to see somebody like Cordell or playing a much more aggressive roam? Say, do what we saw Slaughterhouse do. Play in trophy, play in statue, get droned out or get a kill, drop down, suddenly you become a huge problem for the defenders.
Couldn't agree more. And well, our wonderful man on the sidelines, who's going to be giving us some extra information, Chief is going to be calling out that both these teams have undergone some roster changes. So an interesting feat to look at there. Teams in rebuilding process perhaps, but Slaughterhouse Bravo putting on an absolutely fantastic show right now. You couldn't quite tell. Cordell, 14-6 so far. He's been one of the primary guns for Toys. Well, necessarily, he's been the only active gun right now. He's been so effective, but his team haven't been able to capitalize or build upon the kills he's given his team, and well, those opportunities aren't going to be as plentiful. Inside, Sophia's already going to be taking a hefty blow of damage, and that's not going to be ideal considering that Sophia's going to be on a more aggressive role. Matt Bonger's first to fall, though SPM's going to get that opening kill. The R4C is not going to take many prisoners, and Goyo is no longer a factor in this round. C4 dies in the back pocket, and well, we've mentioned it. Those Argos cameras can act as a flank watch utility. One's placed on disastrous stairs, but no one's watching it. No one's there. And Burnt Turkey's going to give himself up to the side of Cordell, who finds himself the 15th kill now.
Yes, now being able to find that kill, really just keep the team in there and finding that equalizing. Yet again, though, we're seeing catch-up time and time again. Trophy Statue is now in control of Slaughterhouse Bravo. They're looking to get aggressive, looking to push and deal with 90 Cat. Now's the time to really step up for your team and put some kills on the board. You have Phaeton on the study, looking to percent. That Alder in close range can be deadly. But the 90 player has now collapsed. Now the big name for Slaughterhouse Bravo, get control of study and start making your push known. You have Sam, he has got that R4C ready. He's been doing great work so far on the Ash on the entry game. But like you said, Pippin, the rest of the team, they've been providing. They've been just stepping up and keeping pace to a degree where toys aren't matching it. Phaeton, though, in study has a huge potential as long as Cordell can cover him, but Phaeton's going to get smoked down. He's going to have to pull back into a position where he can't get aggressive, and Miko's going to be able to find a kill onto Jordan, taking away that smoke, taking away a huge problem area in that last round of those smoke canisters. Doc will be taken away by that Alder, and the Alder looks for another one, but it's not going to land just yet. But that's not where the push is coming from. It's all smoke and mirrors. The study side push is about to take place. Sam fighting a kill. Slothy follows, and Miku shuts it out.
Absolutely supreme collapse there, as you said. It was all smoke and mirrors there to give them an opportunity to pounce, and a great play there. This is absolutely a fantastic performance from Slaughterhouse Bravo, just showing that they understand the ebb and flow of Villa and Toys, bar for the exception of Cordell, have yet to find a pronounced presence, at least individually. He's leading the charge, 15 kills solo, and his team have only managed to find 2 rounds to that impressive performance. This is where I think other people need to rise up around him. And when we look at the kill distribution, the side of SHP, so much more equally distributed. Everyone's pulling their weight. Everyone's doing a fantastic job. And I believe, actually, coming in, that Sam's actually playing on a sub role as well. So he's stepping in on that sub position. So perhaps just throwing a substitute on Ash and letting him do work has been what's been working out perfectly. But Cordell, 15 kills. Great performance individually. But they need to convert that kill presence, his aggressive plays, into round victories.
I'll be honest, I'm going to disagree. I think Sam, I would like to apologize for pronouncing his name. You know, I don't know these clues, and Chief has corrected me on that. Thank you, by the way. He's also said it's his 3rd call now with Slaughterhouse Bravo, and picking up the Ash has been able to find top frags each time. And, well, remember, Siege gave it 2 halves. The defense was there as well. We saw Sam constantly playing on the on that Malusi. He was able to provide there as well. It's not just the sub being given Ash and said, go kill. That's not what's happening. Slaughterhouse are playing together as a team. Toys, they're playing as a team around Cordell, realistically. When you look at the stats, it's a very telling story. Now, though, Slaughterhouse Bravo, they're going to deal with one of the very comfortable defender sides. And in my opinion, this is the go-to. A lot of teams, they want to go for Aviator games, but I prefer Trophy Statue. Now, though, Slaughterhouse Bravo, they want to go for a split push. They want to take that control of 90, just like Toys did. They want to take the control, deal with the utility, and just position themselves around Toys. Their refrag game, their fragging game, it's been stronger. They're going to capitalize on it. And their information game this one time, that's just a little bit better. They know about the mute, but they don't know about Cordell. Finding 1 kill, unable to find a second. Huge kill to start things off, but couldn't bring anything else to the front. Now, though, 4 versus 4 in Slaughterhouse Bravo, they still have to attack. The vertical play from Doc is trying to find Matt Bonga. Not going to happen just yet. Doesn't matter, though. You're pushing that player out of that position, and suddenly Jordan, you're pushing him into an aggressive position. This, though, isn't something you should do, in my opinion, because you look at this. 4 versus 4. Your team have just lost their top fragger, and you want to get aggressive. Now, the utility will go through, you will try and clear out something, but time is ticking down, and Slaughterhouse Bravo, they seem to be holding all the cards, as Doc will chase Jarden seemingly back into the site.
I mean, that was a very good opening trade-off there. Cordell finding himself in that 1-for-1 position, so an Astra Jaeger, pretty equal playing ground, and that could really tip or blunt the spear of Slaughterhouse Bravo. Will they be able to capitalize upon this without that designated entry role? This front Turkey, 90 creeping his way up towards Wolf. Will he be able to capitalize? Nope! Shut down very, very swiftly by the SMG-11 of Jordan. A great spray control there as Toys find themselves in a 4 versus 3 advantage. Slothy gets aggressive on the Astro stairs, but this is always a tricky fight. An impact grenade tossed out as well as a toxic canister chokes him out. The verticality is there as well. A tricky fight through the beams, and oh no! You've got to be the Landys! Sophia looks up at the perfect moment, finds the head, finds some damage to the player in bathroom. Not enough to down or kill, however. 45 seconds remain. No diffuser held by Dog. This is just going to be such a tricky one to win. He's got no diffuser, no information, and there's still one toxic canister remaining in the hands of Smoke. You know, he has a good rifle. He's been able to find success so far. He's got concussions available. Lobs one out, but that's not going to detonate. So he knows he's reasonably clear. He can use that to summarize that he's okay. I can push him. Clear deer. This is clear. You've got to assume now. Everyone's going to be playing further back. Collapse in the master bedroom. We've got 15 seconds left to go. That Banshee's giving away his position. We're going to hit red on the timer. The bulletproof is there as well. This is going to have to be a heroic moment, but no! The shotgun removes his shins from existence as Toys claim that round number 9 and perhaps show some signs of life.
Very, very nice coming out from Toys. That was huge from them. But, Whip It, seemingly only staving off the inevitable. Right now they need to play the perfect game. They need to put 3 more rounds on the board. And now they are going to be heading back to Aviator Games. Something that Slaughterhouse Bravo very comfortable in disassembling. But let's not take away credit where it's due. Toys, that was a good defense. Burnt Turkey, being caught off guard by Matt Bonga, absolutely huge. Being able to find that frag, then pull the SAS operators back into sight. Then you're able to pick off that diffuser. You're able to just find frag after frag. The refrags were there. You lost Cordell, but that round was much better overall for Toys. I'm very happy to see them pick that up. Slaughterhouse Bravo, though, tighten it up. You lost a couple of early gunfights. You had a little bit of misdroning. I said that was in your favor. Well, a little bit it wasn't. You didn't have that information. You didn't have all that utility taken away. And by the end, you certainly didn't have that player advantage. So, what are the changes that need to be made? This roam clear, tighter. The droning, just a little bit more precise. You need to make sure that it's clear, because let's be honest with it, how many times you drone something out, but you assume somewhere else is clear? Say you don't look inside closet in master bedroom once. At what time is that player going to be there? It's going to be that one time you don't drone it out and assume it's clear.
Yeah, that is just the rule of Siege. The one time you don't check that spot, that one position, whether it's the bathtub on Villa or anywhere else, the one time you don't check it, there's someone lying and wait to pounce on that mistake. And again, just tightening everything up is going to be a key to success right now for Slaughterhouse Bravo, as we see an AVG defense getting brought out by Toys. I love the open plan style they're having. Creating a kill box inside of Study is going to be very beneficial. Just meaning that that's not going to be the initial point of entry. It's going to make it a tricky one to do so if SHB do decide to rotate there later on that round. Initial entryway via walk-in and master bedroom begins, but somewhat tentative in these early stages. No initial drone ahead of anyone yet, waiting for that Gemini replicator. Tracer rounds from the 2-pin of that Jaeger, going to give away his position. They now know where he is, and he knifes away that replicator, but no one's there. No one's pushing that close to it to act on that information, and well, Jaeger's just existence right now is burning away that timer, and all you must do is persist and exist, because
well, Doc's able to find a kill. Is going to be looking into that trophy. Down Slayton. Oh my lord, what a kill. If you have the information. Doc will be taken down by a refresh opportunity coming out from Toys, and Burnt Turkey being slowed down. Now, if you know a player's down, that's huge. But Burnt Turkey and Doc are both down. Slothy able to find another kill to compound upon this. Sam looking for another one. He goes prone, but he just can't land it. Matt Bonga gets it. Miku Slothy able to find a kill as well. It's all down to Cap, but they will not land it. Doc will put Slaughterhouse Bravo through with a win. Whip It, are you back? No, you're not. So the big thing I really need to talk about is that control. It's just the fact that we saw Slaughterhouse Bravo take Master Bedroom. They took control of it, and then they just let toys come to them. That was a Aviator Games hold, and the round was decided in the trophy statue. Huge effort to find those opening kills. Doc, you wanted to get aggressive, and you downface them. In doing so, you push the players forward. In doing so, toys, they had to try and take up these positions because they said, we're losing too much, let's stem the flow. They're fully committed to this take, let's deal with it. And they lost their gunfights. So that's going to be it. I think we are going to wrap up pretty quickly because Whippet has unfortunately been died. He has been taken to the Forever Box, so it's just myself for now. But most importantly, congratulations Slaughterhouse Bravo and to Toys. A very good game, and if for qualifiers, well, I'd be quite comfortable with that, especially from Slaughterhouse. Toys, very clear things to work on, but we're not done yet. We still have one game left. So, taking a look at the standings so far, Versity was able to beat out Disrupt Gaming. St. Louis Leviathan, took out Full Sail Armada, and Psycho Bunny were able to take away G2 Academy. I believe this is the fourth game to finish, and in doing so well, we will have to wait a little bit before our next game. We will not be going anywhere, even though Whippet seems to have, so we'll try and get him back and be back very soon. So have a nice time, get a drink, get a snack, take a break, but be back here very shortly.
Another drop down.
Hello and welcome back to the final game of 3 in the Upsurge second edition of the Open Qualifiers. Whippet, welcome back. We fixed the issues. We've got you back, and hopefully there will not be any more moving forward. A very exciting game coming up, isn't it?
It very much is. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to watch the entirety of it, but this is a matchup that I think everyone at home, you're all going to be excited to watch. I think there's some very key names in this matchup, but it's going to be No Shakes versus Psycho Bunny. I'm excited for this one. Just the names alone, that's just going to get everything going, and I'm pretty sure everyone in Twitch chat, you're excited for this matchup. Well, it's been a long night, Greedy. We're in Europe. This has been a long night for us. It's 3 in the morning, but I'm very much going to bring all the possible energy I've left. I'm going to wake up all of my housemates, and they're going to be very angry with me.
Yeah, mine have just kind of accepted it where we are. But let's take a look at the maps of where we're going to be heading. Psycho Bunnies will be looking to take upon No Shakes. Now, currently standing, both of these teams are pretty damn comfortable. You're looking at the Bunnies. They're currently the inverted logo, the second one, I do believe, on your screen. Yes, and the first one is going to be No Shakes. Now, I'm looking very forward to this. This is going to be very, very fun. Concert will be the first one taken off of the board so far, and, well, that surprises nobody. A lot of unfun. And when you look at the names, well, shockingly enough, Consulate Coastline, they're maps you don't want to bring in. These are two teams comfortable to get in going. Now, No Shakes, they have got that CL experience, and, well, it's very obvious that Psycho Bunnies, they're going to be aware of that. Kaf Dostoevsky and Chalet, though, will be removed.
It's a shame to see Chalet go. It really, really is. It's one of my favorite maps, and not being able to see it getting played is always a tragedy. But Villa next to go, so we won't be returning for a trilogy there. So where will we be going to? It's a very narrow pool now. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. We're not going to Oregon. No, we're going to Oregon. But in my time on casting, Oregon has provided some of the most interesting and tightly contested matches. So surely we're in store for that one here. I'm looking forward to this one. I'm sure you are as well. This is our second, I believe, Oregon of the day. Oh, it's been a long one.
Now, okay, I want to make something check. Now, we've seen 2 villas today, but for myself and Whippet, this is the second Oregon of the day. We've already seen it before. A heroic effort of a, what was it, a 5-2 to a 7-5 comeback. Now, just so people know, No Shakes will be taking that defense first, and that doesn't surprise me. They have the opportunity of choice in a map like Oregon. Not in the same degree as CAF. It hasn't been as affected by this 20-second meta being taken away and whittled away at by Ubisoft. It's one of those where the meta is still there. It's changed a little bit, but it's not completely gone. The main framework of how a defense shapes up on Oregon is still there, and the bans, well, they are going to reflect that.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this one. As our bands begin to roll away, it's likely going to be a Thatcher or a Hard Breach, but the Mavericks first to go. That Saria Torch is very good at being a versatile tool. All you need to do is just, well, look at, for example, the use that you see when people are trying to open up positions like Attic. It can be done to do so very inconspicuously, but that Thatcher is next to not make the cut, and, well, not too surprising there. We're on Oregon after all, so saying bye-bye to our favorite SAS operators of common sight here.
Yeah, people don't really like him. They seem to have a prejudice against him. But K being taken away, well, it's a staple that we talked about. When that Maverick is there, you need to take it away. Realistically, if you don't have a Maverick there, then you can't get the hatch open. If Kate's there, suddenly you need to bring the Habana around. And when you think about the bottom floor, and I explained this earlier, if that hatch is catered, you need to get below. You need to get control of pillars. You need to get control of blue bunker, push through to get the E-box just to take it out and open up the hatch. But, well, then there's no point. Meaning attackers, they're not going to bother with it at all. They're just going to have to go through the funnel points, the choke points. And in doing so, you expose yourself to a myriad of horrible horrors from the defenders. Defenders in question, No Shakes, though, they are going to be heading to that bottom floor. Mirror being on the board will definitely have a noticeable presence.
They certainly will. I mean, having that mirror is very intriguing to me just because it demands attention, but we're going to see that 6-pick away. It's going to be bringing out that mute, so information shall come as a premium. Nope, we're going to see that smoke being brought out. So this makes a lot of sense. We're going down to the basement. Having a smoke is a very vital tool to hold on the key positions such as elbow. Yes, the Goyo can somewhat do that job as well, but the toxic counters combined with the Vulcan shield can make it very difficult to grab control of elbow once you push up aggressively with that presence.
Yeah, I think the elbow hold, it's one of those where you just see teams. It's just something that is quintessential with Oregon. A lot of teams will bring in, and for good reason. You shut down control of that blue area, like I said, then you force people to go into choke points, and with the smoke on the board, you can get aggressive, you can pull back, you can waste time. No matter what happens, even with that 20-second meta changing, you just play it a lot safer. Gone are the days where you can sit there with a shield and 3 ADSs for the whole round and nothing bad is realistically going to happen. However, though, we are going to see Psycho Monies. They have got a pretty solid lineup coming out on the board. They've got that Nomad for the flank watch, the Yana for the information, but there's not an Ashe. I'm going to explain why there isn't an Ashe right now, because you look at that secondary gadget of Yana Whippet, well, it's got fragments. That's 2 pieces of utility destruction. But then you also look at the Gun 6. That is most likely in the back pocket of Dacis there. Having that Gun 6 means you can shoot out the utility. You can just get that little piece gone as well. So castle barricades, hatches, it's gone. The aim is really simple. The crosshair, incredible, so you can just shoot around. You don't have to ADS and you can push it down. Very comfortable to be used, and you also have that droning capability. You still have that primary gadget to go. Donut, though, will start making a very pronounced entrance to that bunker, and Dacis will get that Gemini all the way down those tower stairs. Suddenly, no shakes, the game is up. Psycho Bunnies know exactly what your defensive lineup is looking like for the very early stages.
This is going to be a few tentative moments here. Get this initial push to clear out bunker and make your progression towards E-box is always a scary position. The fight by tower, by these tower stairs to clear away pillars, super important to gain that initial bit of control, to launch your main attack. Selma charge is opening up an angle, so that's going to put pressure on any player daring enough to say an E-box and wisely. So the retreats began, and look at this, the front line of the defensive side of No Shakes has fallen back and retreated very far deep in the objective. One thing I will point out though, Bino has those bandit charges on the wall and elbow, forcing them to funnel in through E-box or the main hallway doorway, which is going to mean the player in Freezer is going to be pivotal to stopping this push, and keep an eye on that fight as we begin to play this out, because as this time begins to tick away, they hold that power position. So we now only have that 1 minute 15 left to go, and that player in the power position in Freezer will be right at the rank star. And such a great crossfire grenade though, we could see a case of friendly fires, only some damage done. Donut program aren't going to be too keen on that one, but tensions begin to build now as we only have a minute left in this opening round.
Yes, now all 10 players still in the lobby. No shakes, they want a very measured defense. They want to go for the retake. They want to overpower the Psycho Bunnies. Psycho Bunnies on the flip side, though, they have that single panel open. They have air jabs ready to move out. No flank potential so far going out from No Shakes unless Riot decides to get a bit aggressive. But holding that freezer position at default, they know about the freezer. They're playing that off position. The smoke canister, though, will be able to find that damage. The plank goes down. The C4 doesn't find a kill. And time starts to tick. Tick, tick, tick. And Bino's gonna feel the pressure. Getting a kill will be pushed out in refrag. No! Suddenly Dan's able to find a kill onto Fraction and gets another prize there, but Program and Donut shut it down. Psycho Bunnies, aggressive plan, aggressive angles, and an aggressive first round.
That was an incredibly smart plant position, though, to know that Freezer was an active threat, to throw that smoke grenade, to block initial vision, and the plant close to that door to make it a commitment of a swing from that player. Very well thought out, very well done, and a brilliant execution from Psycho Bunnies being able to get that opening round. Massive credit to that, but again, No Shakes. The strategy that they were employing was very interesting. Their entire plan, at least from what I'm thinking, was to keep 5 people alive and force a brawl in the dying seconds. It's very tricky to coordinate a clean execution when you've got to worry about 5 active guns bearing down upon you, and we saw that that front line fell back and very deep towards Laundry early in the round. Will we see a repeat of that strategy now? It's going to be unlikely they're going to do everything beat for beat. Small micro adjustments can make a massive difference here, but I wonder if they'll have a further commitment of holding elbow, and judging by the fact that they no longer have that bandit, yes, Bino on a similar role with that mute, but likely the jammers used for more information denial, they have that potential. Unfortunately, some damage done there. Ryan's not going to be too happy with that one, but he's still in the fight at least, so it could have been worse.
Yeah, now Braxton able to do a little bit of damage to the wrong team, though. The smoke canisters, though, they were very crucial, because even though you didn't find the kill onto Montoya, you were able to do the damage. Suddenly, when the push came through for the retake, you at least did that little bit of support for your team. Now, though, no shakes. They have to try and defend again. I don't think they're going to go for that very long angle retake, purely because they lost so early. They lost a lot of map control, and Psycho Bunnies took control very early on, recognizing this. Now, though, Brian is going to look at causing a huge problem on these tower stairs. In doing so, well, you can possibly find a kill at best, and at worst, you just burn some time, maybe lose a player. Big thing, though, is we're seeing a full big tower take. They're making sure it's all clear. They're not giving any quarter. Psycho Bunnies in the quad so far have been looking very strong and are going to continue to do so by doing the basics right, getting everything checked and being certain before they push in.
This fight down towards Pillar is going to be one of the most important ones to occur. If Program can get this kill to that Malusi very early, he's going to set his team up very great. Jaeger looking like he's baiting with temptation to swing. That would be a dance with the devil. And he's still in this advanced position, helping his teammate on Pillar, forcing a commitment of a peek. He swings again. The pre-fire narrowly whizzing over the blue barrels, not finding any damage. As Program looks to rotate, perhaps trying to act as that pressure relief for his team and apply some force in another area. Could be a wise decision to try and open up a line of sight. They pounce towards Pillar. Utility tossed away down towards Elbow. A canister, though, by Draxon to be able to choke out this push. The grenade is going to find its target. That shield no longer in play. But those ADS will recharge. X-Skyward's pellets are used, and well done. Finds the opening kill. Bino falls, and that's going to be your mute off the board. 1 C4 gone, and that SAS shot a SMG combo no more. And I keep an eye on this Pillar fight because this might unravel now as Riot, though, looking to get aggressive inside of blue bunker. But is anyone there? Does he have any potential victims just around the corner? I think not. This could be a very interesting round. 1 minute 10 remains.
Yes, Psycho Bunnies, they've done a lot of control. They've got a lot going for them within the first minute and a half of this round. In doing so, well, now they're in a very good position to get aggressive. Daces is going to start moving through. He expects a player there, and Riot's going to be taken down. Elbow control now will be in favor of the attackers. In doing so, Elbow can get opened up a sightline just to shut down the retake when no shakes they wanted to try and focus their defense on before. This time, though, they realize they can't allow that to happen, and Brian's going to hold this pixel angle, making sure anybody who tries to deal with a freezer player, they just don't have the opportunity. All players of Psycho Bunnies alive, ready for the push. The C4 rip is ready, but it's going to go out. It's going to land a kill onto Montoya. Dan's there to pick up the diffuser. It's going to start kicking off with 20 seconds left. Fraction getting aggressive. The smoke canister will follow, and Dan won't be able to push in thanks to that smoke canister. Now Daces wants to find a kill. Fraction prone is able to down out Dan, but not get Daces as well. Now the revive can come through. The plank can follow, but Daces is holding the angle. The push comes through from Malusi. Brian's able to win it out. He goes to the swing. He stops the plan on 0 seconds. He gets the round for no shakes. Oh my lord, what a swing. You can't lose that, Daces.
That was a very critical round indeed, but what a finale to it. A hailstorm of bullets left and right, and that plant getting denied on 0-0 gets the round for no shakes, tying us up 1 round apiece, showing that these teams, at least for now, are equally matched. Moving into round number 3, the defense up to go up to dorms, but I have to give credit, though. Psycho Bunnies have played a very smart game with the way they're trying to set up their initial executions. But can that work out when pressure begins to mount and when adaptations occur? This will be a very, very interesting round as now we're going upstairs to dorms. This site, in my personal opinion, has become somewhat of a gamble for defensive sides. It can be very easy to have a dominant offensive presence, especially if you understand the dynamic of that split push of going from attic and master bedroom and are smart and sensible with your clearing of potential downstairs threats and isolation of roam presence if that's available. So if Psycho Bunnies can pull that off and be very well oiled and rhythmic on their execution of this, they can be a dangerous force to reckon with, and we just saw that even when faced with dangerous positions like the opening round, they were able to think on their feet, use the utility they had available to them, and they were able to make that execution stick. So can they do it this time? There's no tape for this site just quite yet, so no shakes, relying on their core strategy without any counter-stratting.
Yeah, no shakes. They haven't seen the Psycho Bunnies attack. They haven't said, right, how do they like to push it? We've got to go with a very default position and just adapt to what's on the board. Something in the last game, we saw Slaughterhouse Bravo doing very, very well. A team on par realistically with these teams so far. Right, the rank start on the roam, though, will be able to get over there. To try and support out Brian, he's able to find that first kill onto Program. Now, though, they're going to go to the bottom floor. Zofia taking away a huge chunk of that attic take. Just gone. Completely wiped off the board before the utility's gone. The drones have been used. That's a huge kill to find so far. Bri, 5-1 at the moment. We'll pull back. Like I said, move with Riot. Play together. You're a roam team. Now, Bri will go for that entry kill, and you have Riot there to answer up. The drone, though, from Donut will be able to find Riot very soon, and yep, there it is. Now he pulls back down. Now he waits. Now he tries to catch him off guard. Most importantly, you let Bri know exactly what's happening and where you're going. The coordination is key and can shut down the entire round. Beano on the flip side, from an old player of that Toys roster, who we just saw, well, he's going to be playing on the breach with the Maestro, trying to shut down any attempt to get that breach open with that impact trick.
A great opening there for No Shakes, but can they build upon that and press their advantage? Less guns available for the offensive side, so if the aggression comes out now, they may not have the answer for it. Donut's ready to try and prime as he pushes in towards Hunters. Utility tossed away to burn away ADSs, but Bryce still on the hunt, finds a second kill as that's Dan 3041 falling to the hands of the MP5. Not ideal there, considering especially that Malusian low HP still making good of that activity. 1 minute 10 remains, and can they clear this critical utility? That shield facing down towards Hunter, so important, and Donut finally shuts down that rampage, but will he be able to find a second? No, as Riot's there to capitalize and shut down that potential threat from White Stairs. It looks like the defense is going to be a collapse now. Yes, they are, as Bedraxon gets one on the Montoya, and now it's all down to Aces. What work can he do with the G36C? Finds one head on the Beano. But again, cornered, isolated on that master bedroom balcony with 45 seconds left to work with and no diffuser in hand. Tries to bait out that Gemini replicator, but the likelihood of an aggressive peek from No Shakes here isn't really there. I think they're just going to hold their positions, hold their ground, and watch this clock slowly drain to zero. But well, I speak too soon as we hear the G36C rattle off in the distance and another head cracked as that's Riot, the rank star falling. 25 now remain. Can the Yana isolate 1v1s and play effectively? Tries to bait out that Gemini yet again. Downs to Goyo, and now it's a 1v1. Looks for a quad and finds it! Psycho Bunnies don't give up the fight. What a play, and what a way to claim round number 3.
Well, there you have it. The round for Psycho Bunnies was all but over. You saw No Shakes. They defended. They refragged. They had the utility in their favor, and they had the time. But one thing they didn't have was a kill onto Dacis. The round was all but theirs, and Dacis said, well, I've got nothing to lose. I can take this time. I can say, let's take a minute. Let's talk to the team. What's been going wrong? Or I can step up, I can get my gun firing, I can get in the action, I can take these one-on-one engagements and shut them all down. That's exactly what happened, and Dacis will give Psycho Bunnies their second round. Now, returning to Kid's Dorm, are No Shakes going to be able to keep going tit for tat like we saw in the last couple of rounds, or are we going to see Psycho Bunnies really start to step it up? Big thing for No Shakes right now is just do what you did before, but most importantly, play together. You gave away one-on-one engagements. Braxton wasn't peaking when we saw Owly trying to take that gunfight. And, well, that just wasn't it. That's not what you need at this moment. You need to play together. You need to coordinate. Riot and Bri, they did exactly that. You saw Bri being taken down by Donut, and Riot's immediately there coming through. You need to see this on a much wider scale for the team with No Shakes. Psycho Bunnies, though, some things very clearly went wrong if you're relying on a clutch to get you through things. Program, whoever's joining you in, needs to do a tighter job. You need to be able to win that gunfight as well in the eventuality that they didn't. And then suddenly, we need to make sure that utility's used. And Nomad was on the board, so Flank Watch could have been brought. Why are you trying to push that White Stairs if the time wasn't exactly right? There's a couple of things that do need to be ironed out. Will they happen? We'll find out in the next 3 minutes.
Hopefully it's a very action-packed 3 minutes now as Bry's going to find some early damage and an early kill. Oh my! Bye-bye, Yana there. The hero of the previous round is no more. And what an opening there. Absolute disaster for Psycho Bunnies, but we have seen them claw their way back to success before, so can they find that momentum again as Bry, almost like a repeat of the previous round, is already reduced to around 20 HP.
Yes, but it doesn't have that much of an impact on them like the last round, because Bri, well, they turn into a Gemini drone that can shoot. You have suddenly got an entry fragger who can be retraded. You've already got a kill. Brian, if you get another one, that's huge. If you don't, Riot's right there to keep that numbers game right there. The math just adds up beautifully. Now the breach is starting to get opened up. The edge up on the breach to stop down the aggression of No Shakes. That's quite a nice choice, but not necessarily where I put it. Those staircases, that Zulu, maybe over towards that attic side, that's where I'd want to lock down and take away the freedom of movement. Right now, Brian, Riot, well, they're just running around. They're doing exactly what they want. Attic will start to get open, though, with time starting to tick down. And we're seeing Psycho Bunnies dealing with this loss of a player. They need this flank watch while somebody can do it now, but they still need to go for that two-sided push. They are opening up that kid's window. Owly is kind of saying, okay, how am I going to play for this? The attic push, it's still there. We've still got to deal with it. Riot and Bri will play down below and possibly get ready to deal with anybody on that kid's dorm's window. Well, the trophy control is in favor of Psycho Bunnies. Now, when you look at it metaphorically, they have a line. They need to push together as a line. But the utility is going to be in the way. The rest of No Shakes, they're going to be watching, waiting, biding their time. As you can see, that player right by that trophy door. Now Dan will rotate around, try and catch somebody off guard, but there's nobody to be seen. You repel on the window, the call is given, and suddenly Brian Riot, they're ready to spring into action. The rest of Psycho Bunnies, they need to do exactly that. They need to push through. Bri won't land the shots. That's a huge, huge mistake there, not being able to find that kill. Suddenly, well, that Habana ready to stay in the fight. That angle will be opened up. Now Program will be able to shut down the Goyo, and in doing so, well, suddenly you can take 3 gunfights that just don't favor the attackers. The plant will start to go down. The C4 will follow the Maestro camera. Going through will do the damage, but Bride's going to find the kill. Owly finds 2 as well. Donut's got an answer, but it's a 4 versus 1. You have control of that dorms, but you have 14 seconds. You don't have diffuser. You don't have map control. Suddenly, you do not have a very winnable position. Something huge. You need to channel Face's energy, but Riot the Rank Star is going to get aggressive. You have got Bright covering that diffuser, and the time will be the 6th defender, shutting down Psycho Bunnies and giving No Shakes the round.
Well, No Shakes, they were able to pull themselves away from that front line, keep themselves in the fight very well. One thing though, Bri and Riot the Ranks are on this dual roam presence. Keep an eye on them for the remaining 2 rounds of their defensive split and moving on to the offensive side, because I think that their partnership, their duo action, could be very destructive if they can play off each other very well. We saw Bri was very close to being able to shut down that presence on the window by Dan yet again. But again, they were able, we saw Psycho when he read into that a little bit. Dan's positioning was a little bit more cautious of that window. But yet again, we see a site getting replayed by No Shakes, finding the success on the 2nd time of asking. But now, 3rd time of asking, we're going down to the basement. Will No Shakes have the answers for Psycho Bunnies, or will the Bunnies be able to pull out a brand new trick and kind of stomp their opposition here? It looks like strategy-wise, we're going to be seeing something somewhat akin to the 2nd strategy brought out by No Shakes. Yet to see the rotation made inside of Elbow, but I think it's just a matter of time before Draxon gets on that. Well, there he is. He's going to be getting onto that now. So that's going to be, I think, a default hold instead of Elbow. We saw how effective that was. He was able to hold that position for a ridiculously long period of time. And if you can do that again, that could be a massive thorn in the side of the offense of Psycho Bunnies. I would be intrigued to see a push towards a more freezer lobby-centric push. That could be an interesting decision to make, but only again if they see the opportune moment to do so. As Bright on this roam yet again, well, he's going to be going back downstairs, but I imagine he's not going to be down there for much longer.
Yeah, now the big thing is a lot of teams, they'll look at a setup like this. They'll see a lot of utility committed and say, we've got to go through that. And we only go for the push late round as sort of like an LM space, yes, where you catch them off guard in the last couple of seconds when their attention's diverted. Well, no. If you can do what you said, you read into it, you see the utility committed, and say, no, there's no point pushing here, we're going to die. They're going to get aggressive, they're going to win their gunfights. Well, then the aggression of a freezer and main lobby take, suddenly, it can catch them off guard. You think about it, utility, it's not there for that rotate. They don't have the players up in the right position for it. Well, that can cause a lot of shenanigans. We're seeing Bino and Bri both on the roam at the moment. Program wants to take that attic. I'll tell you exactly why. That hatch is open right now. Because that hatch is open, well, suddenly the attackers are being told somebody is on the roam. Somebody is covering that meeting hatch, and because of that, you can't risk putting your spawner in there and losing them, because then we're in the same issue I talked about before. You're stuck with pushing into choke points that will not favor you at all. Bino, though, going to be the big problem. Holding this, kids. As soon as we see the Sabana start to work, that hatch is going to get opened up. And, because program's off the drone, they don't know. That's the most important thing.
This could be a massive moment in this round. A grenade tossed out to clear that shield. It's not going to be effective, though, just falling short of range. Now it does the job and finds around 1 HP damage on the Draxon. The Gemini Replicator gets aggressive, but it's not going to gather any information they didn't already know. Program on the tower stairs looks to battle away, clear away pillar, but we see this Jaeger getting aggressive. Bino drops in. There's Riot getting that kill on the Program and stomping the initial push. He looks for a second, but shut down very quickly. Finds lots of damage on the Montoya here, but that could be an opening if he tries to find himself in yet another engagement. Inside of Freezer now will be Bino, creating himself a line of sight to battle with as this round continues to play out. Still in a very powerful position, and once again, very similar to our opening round here in Oregon, they find themselves dealing with a pulled back no shakes and that presence inside of Freezer to worry about as they try to make this execution stick with 40 seconds on the clock remaining.
Now, I like the Goyo shield that's been placed on Freezer, because you see that Melusi Banshee, that suddenly says, okay, well, if they try and push you, then we know exactly what's going to happen. Braxton, though, doesn't care about my analysis. He's going to find a kill. Oh, Bri! The 2K with that C4. Braxton's going to get taken down, but Dan just can't make it stick. The bunnies can't pull something out of the hats. And no shakes. They don't need to shake it up. They have got a working method right there. A huge C4. A huge swing from Braxton just to shut things down. The big thing was that even if Braxton died, even if the C4 didn't get a kill, you had Bino and Freezer. Bino, you had the shield. You can play it very comfortably. As soon as that Banshee is triggered, you know to worry about that. Braxton playing by that, behind that safe wall, by the elbow wall, well, he can cover that for them. As soon as they say they're pushing default, as long as you don't hear a Banshee and Braxton's covering that long haul, suddenly, Bino, he's getting the kill. That wasn't needed. Braxton decided to take things into his own hands. And I think this is coming down to Psycho Bunnies. They're leaving some of these unknown entities to just step up. I absolutely love it. You're seeing both teams giving it their all so much. And dare I say it, Whip It, passion.
Oh, passion, you love to hear it. It's something the UK scene does supremely well, and well, so far I'm seeing lots of passion from all of our NA matches, and it's been an absolute joy as we go to a meeting and our tertiary site getting brought out. Again, often a very decisive topic, or divisive one to talk about, whether you take dining and kitchen or you go in the meeting. Meeting, I think, offers itself to a far more vertical approach, because kitchen, well, it's completely defendable from above. It can be often very, very tricky to displace any defenders lurking upstairs, and again, that attic presence and tower hold is very possibly one of the strongest in the game, and that hatch can just drop that hatch if pressure's too much and try and keep themselves alive for that potential retake. A very intricate site, requires lots of coordination to make it work effectively. Can no shakes make it work?
Now, this is the site that I prefer to see, because, and I hate to play it, and I've said this before to you, and I've explained it before to you, but for the people who are watching the NA stream for a very obvious reason of being American, I'm going to break it down that little bit. What you can see right now is Psycho Bunnies. They see this site, and they say, okay, we have to take this top floor. We have to take attic control. We have to open up the floor and get the wall open. No doubt, they're not leaving that undefended with utility. They are going to be getting that meat jammer down, and they're going to have to deal with it. Now, this gone 6. It's going to have a huge, huge opportunity to deal with utility. Is not going to hit that much because the hit radius, the explosion radius, isn't that big. The droning will come through on those north stairs, and we will see a frag grenade committed to this castle barricade, which can get rid of that air jab, which might cause a few issues. Doesn't seem to, though. Now, attic has to be opened up. The floor has to be destroyed, and you have to get inside attic before you can get the floor open and shoot down. Otherwise, you're just a sitting duck trying to crawl in and get the utility. Player O'Brien, though, will move into that trophy, that attic position, and in doing so, now you can't push. You can start opening up this meet-in wall. Now, having that attic control, that's only going to favor the attackers, because you've got to push through. You've got to go through to them. They have the vertical play if they plant on the stage. Bri realizes this, needs to get aggressive, needs to get ready to frag.
Certainly so. We're going to be hitting the business end of this round now. 1 minute 15 remains. Montoya looking for this initial engagement. The AK-12, great. The brawl with the Gemini replicator trying to relay that information. Fighting deep towards that rotation in kitchen. A very long angle and even that 2x perfect utensil to do so. Utility getting tossed away. ADS is burned. This donut finds the opening kill as Bry's off the board. He's been the thorn in the side of Psycho Bunny so far, and he's first to be slain out early. We're seeing Hourly upstairs though, still inside of dorms. Has a massive potential to impact this round if they can drop down and try and delay this execution, but it looks like it's going to be happening down towards stage. Montoya's opting for the pop with a perfect swing, but met by a hellish rebuke of 2 kills on the side of Psycho Bunnies, and now it's all down to Bino and Hourly. Can they deny the plant? Can they do any work for the team? No! Dan's there on coverage. Bino falls. Hourly from above. Can he stop the plant? No! He's shut down.
Hourly, why are you trying to do that? You see for the floor, you kill the planter, but look at this. 3 guns. Say no. Psycho Bunny's able to pick up another round of 3-3 split. We have a series with it. This is the game which is going to sum up the entirety of that second UPL Open Quals. Both of these teams, a huge amount to play for. No shakes. 4 players of that X-Pride / Lycus Empire roster, which have that Challenger League experience. Psycho Bunnies, very, very comfortable, very talented, very adaptable to what they're seeing. And right now, 3 versus 3-3 split. I'm looking forward to this second half. You have to say, okay, well, if on their attack they can keep up and they can give a really commanding lead and get those 3 rounds on the board comfortably, well, then their defense, what does that have in store? What do they have ready to deal with the team of No Shakes? Can they pull a bunny out of the hat?
I certainly hope they can. You know, again, this has been a very back and forth matchup. You know, Psycho Bunnies have played very well to get the rounds they have, and it's been, I think what you're seeing is 2 teams that have high levels of coordination, high levels of cohesion, and are playing absolutely supremely, judging by the scoreline. It's often very tricky to get yourself to that level playing field on the offensive side. It can be difficult to find 3 rounds, and Psycho Bunnies, while not easy, were able to battle their way to do so, and massive standout performances. I think Donut was able to find some great opening positions there, and Audacious as well has find those clutches 8-3 so far. That side swap though. No shakes. Can they be as effective on the attacking side as they were in the defense? Can they read into the strategies? Can they counter the strategies very effectively? And that's going to be a big question as we move into this action phase now, as we're seeing only 2 members spawning by construction, so they're not committing that much presence down towards this down towards bunker or tower, which could be a wise choice considering that many teams on the defense like to stack these positions.
Well, what does that tell you? If they don't want to spawn over towards construction because, well, they need to realistically, but if they don't want to commit too many players and will only put the Sophia and the Ash towards that position, well, now they have got those players in construction. They have got the players on Big Tower. They're going to look to position themselves for a more typical take, but they still have the opportunity to push down Laundry, go down Freezer. Now, we saw in the No Shakes defense, Freezer was a key part of that. They had a player there constantly thick or thin. When that player fell, so did the round in favor of Psycho Bunnies. We are going to see a disconnect, unfortunately, finding the first blood in this round so far. Dacis on the pillars, while now suddenly Psycho Bunnies, they want to get more aggressive. The diffuser has gone down, but will be picked up. Dacis, well, he knows he can't. He's trying to pick up something that just isn't their fault. He's going to get aggressive peeking. He's going to try and do something, but that elbow is going to be opened up with no sweat off of No Shake's back. They've got that opening pick in theory, and they've got the hatch. They hear the C4 rip, the flashbangs go through, and now E-Box means Dacis is in a life or death situation, and it's more than likely going to end in death. C4 goes out as soon as the Banshee gets triggered. That C4 is going to detonate, but it isn't meant to be. Dacis will take out the Gemini, and suddenly, well, now you're in a horrible position. You are not getting out of there. The drop comes through. He finds Riot. Oh, my lord. Suddenly, Dan's here to help, but has to pull back. He looks for another kill, but Bry's there to find it. A minute now, and Psycho Bunnies, they have to step up. Dan will find another kill with the Elder, and Whip It, I'll let you sing as the Elder does.
Well, the ult is still in play. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 in favor of No Shakes. Now Dan makes a rotation into elbow. A late retake potential. He might be able to catch a player of No Shakes off guard here. An intimidating weapon in the hands of the Italian operator, but can he make it sing? Can he find the damage to shut down Bino, who's holding a position by the barrels? Does Dan know he's here? I don't believe he does. I don't think he's going to check that deep, but a very cautious approach. I don't think he wants to swing. He wants to keep himself in this fight for as long as possible. No plant attempts has occurred just yet as the red information is going to be given out now. Dan still playing an elbow, holding that ground late in this round. Montoya perhaps thinking about an aggressive play as Dan now patching up the elbow rotation late in this round. The sound cue might act as the dinner bell now as Bry gets aggressive. Finds Montoya, finds Dan as well. Collects the last 2 survivors as No Shakes claims round number 7.
Yes, Bry, that was beautiful there, getting on the job, being able to find that kill, and well, you're just able to pick up another 2 for your troubles. Like you said, they'll reinforce the audio cue, a dinner bell completely. Realistically, No Shakes, they looked at that, they said, we have an opening kill, let's get aggressive, let's get some kills, let's do exactly what we need to do. Now, let's bring it back to us very, very quickly, because Whip It, oh my lord, what a round, and what a series we have seen so far. Both teams tit for tat for tit for tat. And right now, we're seeing No Shakes able to take the lead for what I believe is the first time, assuming that we didn't see Psycho Bunnies pick up that last round. I do believe they did. I'm just checking my notes. Yep, that is what happened. But Whip It, that last round, a lot of aggression, a lot of coordination from the attackers.
There really was. I mean, they were able to isolate their 1v1s, really pick their fights, and set up a fantastic crossfires and trades. And ultimately, that was the key to success. It was unfortunate that we saw that disconnect, giving that initial man advantage. But all things considered, the Psycho Bunnies played it very well. They didn't really falter. It was just came down to the fact that they couldn't find successful trades, and they faltered to that pressure being applied by the offensive side. Though, throughout the entirety of this series so far, we've seen one team get a victory, the offense get a victory, and then the defense opt to go back to the same site, read into what was brought, and have the perfect counter strategy. So, will we see that getting played out yet again? It's interesting to wonder, but that's been the story so far of this matchup. And well, I don't like the bet against the streak, so I have a feeling that this is going to be trading off rounds until we hit the end of regulation.
Now, big thing that I really want to draw attention to is the fact that obviously that was, well, it was Psycho Bunny's one hand behind their back out of their 5 hands. They had to play a disconnect very early on, and like I said, No Shakes, they probably looked at that and said, well, we have the opportunity to push through. We play for refrags. We saw the job of the Ash of Riot trying to deal with Brine, trying to deal with that Malusi on pillars. That didn't work out. A kill came through. Suddenly another player drops. The swing comes out while he's distracted, finds that pillar's control. Now, 3 versus 4, and you're just looking at your next steps. You're looking at getting those lines of sight open. You have time to deal with. You have player advantages. You can start moving forward. Now, a tit for tat, back and forth, that's the way I want to see this go. I love a good close game in Oregon. As much as we hate it, it always delivers when both teams really want to win things out.
Couldn't agree more. When you see 2 teams that are close and competitive, trading rounds back and forth and being so close in those actual rounds, Oregon's a great battleground to see teams like this go head to head. It's a map where the linearity leans itself to forcing teams to do the basic things flawless. And well, that's the story right now. Every victory we've seen is just a team doing the fundamentals of Siege better than their opposition and being efficient in that process. And that's the story of this. Every round that you look being a successful attacking or defensive round, it starts off with either an opening kill, a great hold, a great transition to that mid game with solid information, a good collapse on that objective, getting another kill, and then a very clean and smooth execution then post spawn. That's how it works. And the teams that can keep doing that consistently have success in Oregon. And this is this is going to be a fantastic matchup. I can just tell.
It really is. Players like Brian that you need to watch out for. Riot as well, bringing it up and getting that coordination. Well, think about it. Brian would never have had that opportunity to dominate as he was if somebody made that sacrifice. So dropping down that hatch, huge performance, and we've seen them work very well together. Player on the defense, though, that you just can't ignore. Honestly, in my 100% opinion, it's got to be the Maestro man. Able to find a couple of kills just to stave off the attack. Just shutting them down in a way that a lot of teams, well, sometimes they just can't find. And having a support that can really step up is absolutely huge. I can't remember if it's Dan or Montoya, and I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm just
I believe in the previous round it was Dan playing that Maestro. When
Okay.
again, Having an operator like that at the back of your team, that kind of that anchor, that backbone that has a solid weaponry to hold on the site when all else fails. Well, Maestro is a perfect operator for that. And those evil eyes, we've seen them getting used on No Shakes. That they were able to use that kind of as a plant denial, as great information as that plant came in via that attic door, that default plant upstairs in dorms. Use that very well. So on a map like Oregon, you see a lot of Maestro. One of my favorite memories of casting Siege was an
Oh,
event we
I'm gonna guess
yes.
what it is, dude.
Yes, I wonder an event we've kind of referenced throughout the course of this
Mm,
night so far, but Epic 32, where got to witness and all to just completely rip a team to shred when given the chance to do so. And well, when your support players have that weaponry, have that potential, it can be very interesting when that final execution comes towards the objective. They may have killed the roamer, they could have killed the flex, but they still have to worry about those 81 bullets of hurt that can get lobbed
mm.
at them very rapidly.
Yeah, and the 3 armor just doesn't make it an easy job. Now, when we do look at getting back into the game, let's look forward. Now, you've said that you expect Psycho Bunnies to pick up the next round. You want to see tit for tat. You want to see them going back to that site and maybe winning it out now that they've had a look at what No Shakes has to offer. Well, then, my big thought is, what are we expecting to see? We're looking at the same site. We're looking at having another player on the board. So probably a bit more in that roam game than what we saw last time. Because as soon as you lose that player, regardless of where your players are, if they're not on site, then they need to be very, very soon. So maybe a little bit of roam game could come through, but the Nomad was on the board. There was a bit of flank watch and No Shakes. I'm not exactly sure whether it was because that player was not there or it's just their play style. Very aggressive take on Big Tower.
It was. Well, when you see a team go for that aggressive take on Big Tower, it often shows to somewhat of a legacy style of play because if
Mm,
you throw your mind back to when Empire made their monumental run from CL to Pro League, then the major champions,
mm.
Oregon was one of their staple maps. They always attacked from tower, they took that as control, and no matter what site they were attacking, they used it as a staging ground. The map hasn't fundamentally changed via that rework too much, where that strategy is not viable still. So, controlling tower, getting that initial control is a massive kind of milestone of being able to push in and having a successful time. And if they can continue to have that rhythm to it, always having that base, the availability to play like that, it's a very good setup to have. And having that consistency can give you kind of a good base to build on. But if it's read into, you're very exposed to that.
Yeah, and I think that's a big issue. But most importantly, what I want to see is tight post plan. I want to see tight late round positioning coming out from both teams. And most importantly, from Psycho Bunnies, when we look at moving forward, well, we saw a couple of these gunfights. You saw the Alder getting very, very aggressive over towards that pillar side. Maybe that wasn't the right decision. Maybe you should have just played it a little bit more safe, not pushed up too far, and just played a bit more comfortable. However, that Alder, well, it did survive. It did go to that elbow, was able to find a couple of kills. Very nice from them. We saw them just getting a little bit confused. I think we saw the Habana pellets being opened up on single panel, and then you saw Malusi start to swing. That might not have been the play. In doing so, you expose yourself to single panel. Just little tight things. Did you need to swing that? Did you need to peek? Did you have utility that could shut this down? Well, think about it, right? If you, from what I can see from that position in my mind, is he heard E-Box being opened up and assumed, okay, I gotta go for a plant. Or at least single panel and expected a plant to come through. Well, at that point, then maybe you want to coordinate with the Alder to get aggressive. Yes, they're going to be expecting it, but you need, in that position, 3 versus 2, you need to take away the eyes looking from in your direction. You decide to go for the swing, you get caught, shot in the back of the head, suddenly the Alder's all on their own, and it's just not going to work. That reinforcement going up yet again. That dinner bell, that death sign, it just rang out and rang in a way that the Alder couldn't. We saw the team being shut down, Bright getting aggressive and able to catch him before the gun was even up. But with it, I think we are going to be taking a very short break while we do wait for the rest of the pause. The casters, well, we talked just that little bit long enough. Hello and welcome back after a quite long pause, which might have a bit of a shift in the momentum. We'll yet to see. Whippet, we are back now. Donut was unable to reconnect after a power outage that doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon, so they are going to be bringing in a sub for the remainder of the game. Will this adjust the momentum? Will this adjust in the break itself? Do exactly that? Will it put a little bit of a stick in the mud in the form of no shakes win so far? One round still separates them on a 4-3 split so far. Whip it. Let's talk us through this game.
Well, seeing that the substitute's coming out now, I've just got to be a little bit concerned for Psycho Bunny. It is just a little bit concerning when you have a new player stepping in, especially, again, it is completely out of the control. We saw Donut just disconnect. It was a power outage from everything we know on our end, so unfortunately, he's not going to be able to rejoin us. We're going to be able to jump in here. So, Titans play. On this substitution position, he's going to be picking up that smoke as we go down the laundry. Judging by the fact he's already got the tag in his name, he's played with these guys before, so he might be up to speed with their strategies and how they like to play. So this is at least giving himself that chance. And on that smoke roll, I'd imagine he's going to be playing deep inside of elbow and trying to hold on to that real estate as long as possible. We saw that in the previous round, Psycho Bunnies were very, very well capable of holding that ground inside of elbow and keeping it under their control up to the dying seconds round. They weren't able to make full avail of it. They still had it at least, so that could be something that they might play around in this round if they can repeat that magic. So far in this matchup here in Oregon, we've seen every team basically lose a site and then win it on the second time of asking. So will this trend continue now for Psycho Bunnies? Will they be able to make adjustments and hold on to this laundry defense?
Yes, now Titan does have that issue of, well, not having the opportunity to warm up, being called in the last minute. Well, it's not a great position to be in, but, well, needs must as it is. You don't really have an option. At least a fifth player who's not warmed up might be better than no player at all. No shakes though, last time we saw them on this site. Well, that opening kill of that disconnect, well, it gave them a lot of advantages, and they took control almost immediately. Tower control was completely theirs. They got the hatch open very quickly. They started dropping, they started flooding the site, and then it just came down to multiple people going up against one defender in the gunfight. Very nicely played from them, but they need to recreate that magic, and this break, I don't think it's done any benefits for them at the moment. It might have given them a lot of time to talk about strats, assuming that they were coming back here. That is, well, that's the recipe of this game so far. No shakes though, they're opting to go for the same take where they go to this big tower and work their way down. They can still get that meeting hatch open, and if they do so, it will not require as much of a road clear as we've seen before.
Looks like they're trying to queue up a fight down towards tower down towards pillar via these tower stairs. A very crucial one indeed. Daces, though, on the freezer stairs, perhaps anticipating someone to try and get aggressive and push this position, and he might try and take the fight to the opposition here, creeping his way inside of classroom. Has a clear route that he might be able to push in. The drone spots him out, unfortunately, so he's not going to be safe for much longer. This short toss-up on that panel is going to find no damage onto the Yana, but very narrowly missing shots through the wall. The H&K MP5 was very, very, very good weapon to brawl with, especially if you can find those headshots. But his presence, just his existing, no longer on that objective, is going to slow down this push from No Shakes, and that's going to be a massive advantage for Psycho Bunnies. The more seconds they burn away from this timer, the greater chance they have of winning this round. As more tracers whiz past the head of Hourly, he's not going to be too comfortable holding this one as... I wonder, could this be the Galaxy Brain bait, putting that barricade down on a side that surely they wouldn't imagine he's going to be there inside a server room? This could be absolutely huge.
Yes, and if you're not understanding exactly what just happened, well, pulling back from that position, Dace is just taking a gunfight, and the attackers, well, they say, alright, he didn't get aggressive, he pulled back, I heard a barricade. Simply put, that's the call for him to pull back to site. You can see the flank watch. It's all but tunnel vision at this point. No nomad on the board, no dead people to watch the flank watch. The drop comes through. Day says this is going to be huge. He's going to be able to find Hourly. He lands the shot, he's on the hatch. He looks for another one, he does some damage. But Program's going to take down right the rank star. C4 goes out, doesn't find its mark, but it doesn't have to. Hatch control, no shakes. They're in a kill box, and that kill box is pillars. Now they need to find something. Bino will be going upstairs looking to take control of this hatch. It's a must-do. They can't push into default from E-Box, but Pride's going to be able to find a kill. Dan will find an answer, but Bino's there with another one. Fraction, he's going to push through and find a kill. Oh, not before Bino puts him in a 1 versus 2. Now, Fraction, 7 seconds left, has no choice but to go for the plant. Program, does he here? I think he does. He waits for the turn. The plant is forced off. The Program swings. And Psycho Bunny, the sub comes in huge. And that's going to be them evening things up.
That was an incredible play, but I'm going to just say the tide of battle was turned by that Melusi retaking meaning, having that hatch at the disposal, and that moment just created so much chaos. And well, it's almost like I predicted it perfectly on the second time of asking on that laundry defense. Psycho Bunnies made the adaptations, made the changes, and they were able to claim that round, trading once again in terms of scores and tying us up 4 rounds apiece. Up the dorms we go, and will they be able to hold on to this one and not rely on lessons learned from a defeat? Can they be the ones dealing out the defeat in this round? Very intriguing to see.
Now, absolutely huge coming out from them, honestly. There's just so much that went behind that. A huge effort from Dacis. Suddenly, we saw No Shakes stuck in those positions. They had to push through. They had to get control of that top floor, but it wasn't meant to be. We saw a couple of kills coming through, but at the end of the day, well, it was like a balloon, right? And you're pushing on a balloon from all possible sides imaginable. What's going to happen to that balloon? It's going to pop. And that was No Shakes. They had the only option of trying to squeeze out a little gap, and that gap was Highway. Suddenly, well, the defenders, they just rotate around. They start putting the pressure on, and then you see Reaction in that crossfire. Wasn't a direct crossfire, but it was enough. We saw one shot coming out from Dacis, and then slowly Program's there to capitalize upon it, with the time being a 6th defender. I love to say it, and I will say it until the day that I die with it. But moving towards this Kid Storm, we talked about it quite a bit before. We've seen Psycho Bunnies have a real good attacking half when it comes to this site, all things considered. Can they replicate it on the side switch? Dacis is going to step things up, trying to find a small peak, does some damage, but realizes as the mag runs out, so is your luck about to. Pull back, play it safe. They have got it put right upside them. They know that you're there, they know you're aggressive, and that you're not here to mess.
Well, even finding some damage early is an investment later. Hourly is going to be reduced to around 60 HP, and still, that's going to take a bullet off his initial taking. He can't tank as much damage, and well, it's very much becoming a glass cannon in this round, especially if you can find any more damage. We're going to see Braxton here opening up the position with the Selma, and Dan's going to be the victim of the AK-12. His head cleared from his shoulders as Bry finds a kill on the Program, using the impacts and popping that Goyo. A great opening there, and it looks like this site might just collapse here as Braxton takes a lot of damage. Well, takes all of it there. Montoya lobs out a C4 and finds the kill. Leaves that diffuser isolated inside of Walk-In. And this could be a very key moment, because down below, Dacia is going to be able to get the kill. Yes, on the right, the rank star, reducing it into a 3 versus 3. A minute 40 remains, and yet that diffuser still not recovered. A great crossfires established as Hourly very cautiously creeping his way up. Could that early invested damage from Dacis be the key factor to being able to shut down this Yana? These mute jammers doing a great job of at least making it difficult to get key information. They know there's a player in Attic, but this is all important now as time whittles down. We've got a minute 15 left to go. Can No Shakes recover this diffuser and force out a victory?
Yes, now Titan's Fly playing it very aggressive. Knows about that window in Kid Storms, but doesn't have to worry about it at all. The angles that you're holding, well, that's not for you to worry about. You will try and peek it regardless, but now you know that pressure's not coming from the window. The rotate will come around there, try and get the diffuser, but Montoya is able to find Bry. Now No Shakes. Dowley's going to take some more damage, yet to find a kill since the rehost, and Montoya's going to look to shut it down. Bino trying to get something. Now the angles, they just have to be held. 40 seconds. No Shakes, they're running out of time. They're running out of options. They don't have as much utility left. The frag grenades will go through to try and deal with Titans, but he pulls back. He's got all the space in the world, and he knows exactly where you are. Owley's going to be able to find Montoya. Bino's going to start pushing through, looking for this kill, but the shotgun is going to be waiting, or it isn't. He's going to have pulled back. Suddenly, No Shakes, they're working out what to do. The Valkyrie camera's going to give the information, but they says, he doesn't know, but Titan does! Finding 2 and finding Psycho Bunny 5 rounds.
Well,
not
stepping in as a substitute with no warm-up, no nothing, called in on the 11th hour, and he's able to make good on that one, finding of all important moments. And this is super important because now we're kind of bucking a trend as Psycho Bunnies have went to a site and got the victory first time of asking, forcing us to go to our tertiary site, and this time it's going to be kitchen dining. They're not going to opt a meeting, so the key buffer room is going to be that shower area. Keep your eye on how that's set up. Keep your eye on how much reinforcements, how many tools are put there to hold that key area, because that can really define a round and make it very interesting indeed.
Yes, now what we're seeing is No Shakes quite possibly being quite shaken up. They've run out of time, they've run out of options, and then, like you said, that sub to step in and step up, finding 2 kills, shutting things down, playing beautifully in Attic. Smoke Anderson is coming through, and then just playing it safe, realizing that your job isn't done yet. You need to stay alive. You keep Dasis alive, and in doing so, well, that's just the round swinging over towards your favor. Kitchen dining, and we're yet to see a defender win one of these tertiary spawn sites yet, and well, that's not very surprising. We've only seen the one. Now, unlike kitchen meeting, this kitchen dining site, it has a couple more ways to approach it. We're looking at No Shakes. If we bring Thatcher with the Thermite, which they haven't, they could just get to mini tower. There's a little spot where you can blow up the fort, and you can see that wall right there on your screen. That dining wall will just be blown up. That's not going to be brawl. You're going to have to go for vertical play. Stopping that is going to be damage. Showers, you won't stop the breach open, but you'll shut down the potential of them getting the comfort they need to go for the plant. In Showers, you can stage a very comfortable retake. You can put a player on towards that shower corridor on shower 90. You can put pressure on the stairs where all the attackers there are going to be looking. You need shower control, because in doing so, you shut down retake. You force them into long lines of sight that only favor the attackers.
Those long line of sights, as you mentioned, benefit the attackers. They've got the assault rifles, better equipped to take those brawls at longer range, and program upstairs could be a very key part of this strategy. If they try to commit to that or leave him unchecked, he can have free reign. The ADS is in an exposed position as right at the ring start takes him out of the fight. And well, that shield, which is so important on holding on the territory, is no longer going to be a factor, as Dan's going to be forced to fight tooth and nail to hold every inch of ground now. He's got 81 rounds in that magazine to try and do so. Good use of that drones to not give them up and sacrifice them to the ether, but the Maestro also making an equally good play, falling back, life in check, so he can live the fight another day. But Bry just gets aggressive and finds Titanfly. A great opening kill there, saying goodbye to your smoke. No more toxic canisters to work with, and that could be a crucial blow, striking at the arteries of this defensive side, and finds another one, but it's gonna be a trade. 2 kills in a round, but no more. He's now in the grave. A minute 30 remains. Already steps up to the plate inside of Showers. Can he find that success? His program is still left unchecked, unbothered upstairs. Can he push back for his team and escort them to victory here? But no! Bino holds that position by the school bus, and a great shot finds Montoya. Nothing, and the advantage grows 4 versus 2 in favor of No Shakes.
Yes, now the name of the game is you need to stop this plank going down. You need to know when they're pushing through. Oh, the bait! Braxton able to find a kill onto Dan because that Gemini went through, and Dan tried to get the kill onto it, tried to shut it down, but Braxton's watching it. The plant's starting to go down. Speaking of Braxton and the utility, the pre-fire, they know exactly where program's going to be. He does some damage, but he pushes, he just can't land it. Owly will even things up for No Shakes. 5-5. Whip it. The bottom floor will open up, and with it, the chances of match point.
These teams have been trading rounds all evening so far, tit for tat. We are now going into round number 11 with an equal playing field, 5 rounds apiece. We knew these teams were close. We knew it would be a tight contest going into this matchup. Oregon always provides that level of intensity, but now we guarantee we will need all 12 rounds of regulation, if not more, to see this through. I am excited for this one. As we go to the basement once more, can Psycho Bunnies be able to hold on to the advantages and lessons they've learned from previous defeats here and have a successful round? The Mute Mozzie combination getting brought out, so information truly will be at a premium for the offensive side. But that 6-pick onto that Nomad. They were bit by a pretty extensive roam previously, and they do not want to gamble with that again. So air jabs will be deployed and scattered across the map to put a chokehold on any potential roam presence.
Yeah, the wake-up call, most importantly, no shakes, they forgot. Like you said, well, that reinforcement, that play came in absolutely huge from Dacis. You find that barricade, they realize, okay, well, suddenly they're gone, then we don't need to worry about this if they break that open more here. But Dacis saying, guys, I'm gonna make a play. I'm gonna really pull something off. You find the hatch, suddenly you shut down any potential no shakes have, and I'll explain why. Because from that hatch, you can see E-box. Doesn't really matter too much. Well, the attackers, well, they don't push into E-box, and yeah, you don't pick up many kills from that position. But what you do is you funnel them. If elbow isn't open, which in that case it wasn't because of the utility on the side of the defenders, well, the only option that no shakes had was push down highway. That's what happened. That was that little crack in the balloon trying to slip through that I talked about. That wasn't meant to happen. No shakes, though. They're not going to fall prey to it again. They're going to check everything. They're going to be careful. And, most importantly, they have the opportunity for these things that they will be pushed. Now, they've seen this attack, this defensive lineup a few times, and have maybe said, well, let's try something new. If we can catch them off guard, this might just be the little kick that we need. Although Psycho Bunnies, they're still getting that side up ready. And what they're doing is they're giving themselves the opportunity, making the best out of this time. They haven't felt the pressure over by Breach. They haven't felt it in Bunker. So they're saying, get the utility, turn around. Now, if we see no shakes read into this, well, then that can be huge, right? The rank star will be able to get a trade after we see Brian being taken down. But a lot of utility, a lot of drones, and none of it is going to be used in the next couple of minutes or so. Now, Dan will be shifting this Goyo Shield around again to try and get that Pillar's presence. But at this point, I just want to know, Whippet, are we seeing the Psycho Bunny's defense? Is it adjusting too quickly? Is it not waiting a little bit to see what's going on? Riot shooting one of their own drones? I think that was. I think it might have been a... Oh, Mozzie has got a drone, but they didn't know which. Bino will move into this elbow, and doing so, now we're going to see some half breach done if Titan's Fly can be caught off guard.
We're hitting the business end now, with utility getting tossed down towards elbow, but as you said, a very interesting decision to be fluid with that use of Vulcan shields from Dan. He's moving them around the site to try and give his team the best potential. Elbow is being patched up now, so no easy avenues of entry. Toxic canister pops just a fraction late to be able to find some damage, and these mute jammers are slowing this push down to a crawl. Time's beginning to drain away, and a funnel effect starts. That's going to be right. The Rockstar spawning the player, finding the head. Second kill in the round. Hourly is going to take a bucket-load of damage there from a C4, but pressure begins to mount. The openings have been made. Count an execution stick now as Dan rotates deep in the laundry. He swings towards Pillar, but can't find anyone. Montoya, though, with the SMG-11, squeezes that trigger concisely. A Riot, the rank star falls. Montoya now backed in the corner. Cannot save their teammate, but doesn't matter. Hourly collects 2. The trade is there, but Dan's got 2 more to find. If this kill isn't even going to get confirmed, and I think the revive is there. Tapping away, looking for a pixel, but cannot find it. But look at the timer. All he must do is survive. Burn down the clock. 6 seconds left to go. Can he make it work? Finds the Habana. He must swing, but will the cover be there? Yes, it is. It's going to be a close line, but now it's a 1 versus 1. Can Dan see the shot? No! Vino finds the head of Goyo, and no shakes win round number 11 and force themselves onto match point.
A moment of silence for the defenders and Whippet's housemates. Oh my lord, Dan, a huge effort, trying to bring things back, trying to just shut down the no shakes lineup, but it wasn't meant to be. They pushed onto site. They had that control of Pillars very early on because Dacis had committed. Because you had your players very busy when this execute started. You had your players like Dan trying to get this rotation, trying to move the utility. You had that elbow hold for very, very long. Now, don't get me wrong, it's good to have that position in the late rounds, that potential avenue of attack to flank the attackers. Well, it can come in absolutely strong. But you committed a lot of time. You committed so much of the potential that Titan had in that round to that elbow, just to pull back. Suddenly then the kills started coming out. No shakes were able to just isolate, pick apart, and win the gunfights. They pushed in right at the rank start coming up huge. Able to find program and just give an opening into sight. Now, Kid Storms, the final round of regulation. And no shakes, nothing but 5 players in their way.
This has been exactly what you expect from two teams of this caliber, trading rounds back and forth on a map like Oregon. It's all to be expected, but we've had an absolute pleasure. A roller coaster it's been. And now, end of regulation. Round number 12. Can No Shakes close this out right here, right now, as they're attacking dorms? We've seen the trend of this matchup be, you go to a site, you lose it, you learn, you win it again, but this time, well, Psycho Bunnies are taking no chances, no gambles, no risks at all, going upstairs to dorms, not wanting to repeat their failures in the basement, and that could be a wise choice. They can play it perfectly. Basis on that Malusi. We've seen how effective the roam presence can be. Will it be the case in this story? As Wyatt, the rank star, is going to open up some positions there, trying to give himself an entryway into that classroom, and likely to be using that for verticality. We've seen this position be so important. So many teams have faltered on this clear. The impact trick can be successful from the Goya, but actually there's no impact trick available. The C4 is being brought out instead, so that wall is essentially going to be null and void, going to be forfeit to the offense once they get close enough to do so. And well, Dan gets aggressive and perhaps overzealous in doing so, trading his life off into the ether and giving the early man advantage for No Shakes.
Yes, look out, Dan. The forever box is calling, but for No Shakes, the drum of victory is beating. They have the passion, they have the coordination, and right now they have a player advantage. The breach is going to start opening up. The C4 rip will come through. It won't be thrown. We'll just see that core being used as a bait. And that's what you need to do. You need to slow down the attackers. Shakes can't be comfortable if you want to win this round. Dace is realizing suddenly, well, I'm outnumbered. I gotta get back to site as Brian wants to rotate. They're going for, whip it, I'm gonna say it, you love to say it, the death by 1,000 paper cuts on the side of the defenders. But do they have enough paper to go around? All that we need to see from Shakes is 4 more well-placed bullets, 4 more well-thought-out gunfights, and it's all over. Braxton, Owly, Bino, Riot, and Bri, all 5 players, they are so ready, and the smoke overshoots just that little bit. Dacis wants to get on the flank. Oh, Riot, the rank star, he's waiting. He calls it out. He doesn't win the gunfight, but Dacis is such low HP. 45 seconds left. Now you see No Shakes. They're getting ready to push, and this is going to be it. The ADS is burned. The smoke grenades go down. The canister pops. But the push is going to come through regardless. Program's able to find a kill onto Braxton. Bino able to find the refrag onto Montoya. The plant is going to start going down any second. Oh, Titan's caught lacking. He's taken away. And suddenly, side control in favor of the Bino. Go for the plant. Why are you waiting? Program is in this attic and is looking for the refrag. The C4 goes off. It downs Dacis though. No, that can't be happening. Program in a 1 versus 2 now, finding 1 kill, but Bino's there and closes it all down. No Shakes will win.
Well, they were not shaky when it came down to that final execution. Absolutely supreme. It was a mess, but they stayed calm, cool, and collected. Ice in the veins, and they were able to get the victory here in Oregon. A very tightly contested matchup indeed. Massive credit for both teams for putting up an incredible show, but ultimately, you can only have one victor, and that was No Shakes.
Yeah, they played incredibly well. Both teams, though, that's the biggest thing. And I think that's the closest game, easily, that we've seen today. The break, the substitution, it didn't stop either of them. Both teams gave it their all, and both teams were rewarded for it. No Shakes, though. I'm shaking up on my words, but they were not shaking on their aim. They were able to find some beautiful kills and opportunities to push into sight. Most importantly, that opening kill, Dan getting too aggressive, that's going in the VOD review. I can guarantee it. That's going to keep him up at night. But No Shakes will be winning the final game on stream of your Upsurge Premier League qualifiers. We are going to take a look at... They won, sorry. But we are going to take a look at some of the other games that have been going through. We're only on round 3, and there's 8 rounds to go. Whip it. 6 wins will lock you in that spot. But right now, we're looking at Achieve Zero, Arizona's Finest, Toys, the Boofers, and only Cam's roster. They're going to be joining No Shakes in the winner's circle at the moment. And honestly, I'm very, very comfortable looking at this. You're looking at top 3 players, the teams right now. And Toys, Zero Frequency, Arizona, Synth. They are currently doing the best so far, but only round 3. a lot can go wrong and a lot can go right for a lot of different teams. Whip it. This is coming to the end of our evening at the moment.
It is. It's been a long evening. Not only were me and you know, here casting these wonderful games here at Upsurge, but we've
Mm,
had our games over in our home nation of EU earlier today. So we've pulled a pretty long shift for you. But I tell
mm,
you what, absolute honor it was. A fantastic experience on my first set of NA cast to watch such great action. And
mm.
that final matchup, I think, was some of the best I've seen in a long time of Oregon, just trading off, but round for round, every single round in those trades was tightly contested. That's exactly what you want to see. And a map like
Mm.
Oregon is perfect to watch teams like this who are equally matched go head to head. Absolute joy, McCready. And always, of course, being beside you in the virtual cast just always brightens up my day.
Yeah, I do love it. Or night if you're in the UK right now, about 25 past 4. Huge, huge shift coming out from us. But, well, I think it's quite worth it. And I think you agree with me and you see why Max also loves getting into work, the observer that we both know. But that is it for today. Day 1 of the Upsurge Open Qual second edition, apparently. And, well, only incredible games to follow. All these teams and more will be back on your screens very soon. But from all of us here at Upsurge, have a good night.